Okay. Yes.
Hi, Assalamualaikum. Good morning, everyone. So what I learned is that flipped classroom is one of the medium that can allow us to utilize the time between students and us in class instead of just teaching.
Okay. Just teaching.
No, instead of, not just teaching.
All right. That level.
It's also the use of offline and online resources that can be done ahead of time, and so when they come to classroom, there's actually a lot more engaging, interactive session instead of having to learn at that point.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Taylor?
I think it's to. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yep.
To enhance the students' learning experience, so that they come into class, they already know what they are expected to know, so that we can do some preliminary assessment of the students' standards before they come for active learning in the class.
Okay. So I think our workshop is finished. Everybody knows everything. No, just joking. Okay. So first off, let's properly start the session. So my name is Zahiruddin Fitri bin Abu Hassan. I'm the section head for e-learning at ADeC. I am also a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Built Environment, Department of Building Surveying. Tadi dekat luar some of our participants Alam Bina. So I'm from Alam Bina. I'm not from education. So it's okay. All right. I'm not from education, but I would say that I have passion in making sure that students learn properly. Okay, and I think the participants that we have today is actually ADeC Emerald participants. So it's a group of people that ADeC have trained for teaching and learning. And I mean, going back to when I came back from my PhD in 2012, I realized very, very quickly that I don't know how to teach. I know, you could say that I could be an expert in concrete durability, but I don't know how to teach. So that's why I actually actively seek out ADeC's help, and probably that's why I had to then serve ADeC. Okay, so you can call me Zahir. Please just call me Zahir. You don't need call me Dr. Zahir pun. I think everybody's a doctor here. Okay, but we'll start with the introductions so that then we'll get to know each other. So yes.
Hi everyone. I'm Liluan from Faculty of Languages and Linguistics. I'm actually not from the Emerald. I'm way too old for the Emerald. I think when the Emerald started, I was already here. But I've been attending courses here. I started with Prof. Halim a lot, and then his favorite apprentice, Dr. Zahir, is Zahir, and now he himself is a master. Yeah. I'm here to actually to get new ideas, maybe to find inspiration, to make things more interesting, more engaging for my student, and also for myself, actually. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ling Li from Faculty of Languages and Linguistics as well, and I teach German language. Yeah, I would like to know more about flipped classroom, which I tried a few years back. Yeah, I would like to see what will be the development, what will be the change actually. Because previously, I didn't include the H5P in the videos. Yeah, but I do it separately. Yeah, because at that point of time, I didn't know that this thing exists. Yeah, because this is quite like about 10 years, I think 5 to 10 years back. Yeah, and now I find it interesting. Yeah, I tried once H5P. It's not that it's difficult to create the task. Yeah, within the videos. Yeah, it's interesting. Just that I regretted I didn't do it at that point of time. I didn't know it at that point of time. Yeah, I would like to know what else can I include in this. Thank you.
Hi, Assalamualaikum everyone. I'm Alfa Dahlia. I'm from the Faculty of Dentistry. Since I started working in 2018, not so long ago, I joined Emerald. I've joined Dr. Zahir's a few of Dr. Zahir's class. I really enjoyed them. So I tried to, to learn more so that my students can learn more. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum. Morning. Di sebelah bos lah. Saya Azah. I'm Azah from engineering and from ADeC. But today I'm a student, not a trainer. So I'm learning from my friend. I've been in UM for 12 years. So not at Emerald, tak pernah masuk Emerald. So terasa muda bila join you guys. Yeah, but yeah, happy to be here to learn. Thank you.
Hi, Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to all. I'm Dr. Rashida from Faculty of Medicine but teaching in Anatomy Department. So I would like to gain more ideas about flipped classroom because I think it's quite hard to practice it, I think.
Hi, good morning everyone. Okay, I'm Bawani from Faculty of Medicine as well, Department of Biomedical Science. Actually, I just realized that I did actually use the flipped classroom technique in biochem subject, which is actually students assume is a dry subject in last session. So we did pre-record all of our lectures and we have provided to the students before they enter the class. So I would really say that their performance did improve, number one, and then they really appreciated that we shared the video because they had their time to actually learn on their own. The only thing that was lacking that I realized that when they come back to class, we usually do a Kahoot. We go through the slides again to explain things, which I personally felt is a bit boring because it has been, because moreover they were online and then it was hybrid session, we couldn't have that group active learning kind of mode. So I wanted to know more so that I can improve for my upcoming session for biochem. Yeah, thanks.
Hello, I'm Eunice from Dental Faculty. I have been working since 2019, so it's quite new. I've done Emerald class before and I joined it. So in dentistry, we actually use a little bit of flipped classroom, especially during the MCO lockdown period. So our students could actually learn a little bit of practical skills when they were away from the faculty. So it's quite useful. So I'm here today to learn more about flipped classroom, hopefully to give better learning experience to my students. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Florence Quek from Chinese Studies Department, Arts and Social Sciences. And then I joined the academics 1 month before the lockdown. So I realized it's so important. I did pre-recording and so on, but I'm here to learn more. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Amir dari FSKTM dan juga UM Lead. So I think I'm very interested to join this program because I think it has been many years that I could not join, hardly can join ADeC program, so I'm glad. But I think after this, I'm going to be a bit tough also to join ADeC program because to me, the last time I joined was gamification or something like that, 5 years back maybe. So I look forward to learn more from Dr. Zahir and all other members here. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tivia, the Program Officer in the Master of Health Research Ethics Faculty of Medicine. I think I'm here today to actually learn and try to be exposed to the program as a whole because a number of our lecturers have been using flipped classroom techniques, and being a part of the administrative team, it's kind of interesting to find out a little bit more about that. So yeah.
Hi, I'm Nisha. I'm from the Faculty of Medicine, Medical Humanities and Ethics Unit. Divya and I, we are colleagues from the same program, Masters of Health Research Ethics. I joined academics in 2019, and so our program have been using flipped classroom during the pandemic, just like everyone else, but we realized that there's a lot of varieties and versions of it, and so we've learned one. We're thinking that there's more to it, so hence here we are.
Assalamualaikum and good morning, colleagues and friends. My name is Sharifah Zamia. You can call me Mia. I'm from Faculty of Medicine, Department of Pharmacology. I'm a senior lecturer since December 2019, so it's relatively new. but I've been practicing flipped classroom without a formal education or exposure on flipped classroom. And even from the first assignment that you have assigned to me, I realized that I've not been doing it right because of the marks is, relatively low. So that's why I'm here to learn more.
Hi and Assalamualaikum. I am Zahiruddin Aini. You can call me Aini. I'm similar with Mia. I'm from pharmacology. And same with her as well. So during the pandemic, we have practiced flipped classroom without really going to formal class. And I also scored low for the quiz. So I came here to learn more about flipped classroom since the semester is about to start, and I am the coordinator for Biomed. So I thought that there could be something new that I could introduce to my class in the upcoming semester. And I've been here since 2017.
Assalamualaikum, I'm Dr. Hijaz from Department of Geology. So I joined last year in January, so it's been almost 1.5 years. I think I've been using flipped classroom starting last 2 semesters. The first semester was more using slides during MCO, but I think I believe there's a lot of resources like YouTube and articles online which can supplement my teaching materials. But I realized there's difficulty engaging the students or getting the students to read the materials offline. Most of the time when I ask, have you watched the videos, the article, they say, no, I haven't watched. So I was kind of stuck how to get them to be involved. So I've gone through the quizzes before the session, right? So I think I believe there are other strategies to engage the students in the flipped classroom situation. So I hope to learn more about that. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, my name is Afiq. I'm from Faculty of Science. Joined in 2020. Quite recent, I think, or maybe more than 2 years now. So here to learn actually, and also to improve my teaching skill. That's all, thank you.
Hi, Assalamualaikum. I'm Tengku Nur Farhana from Faculty of Dentistry. Okay, I think I've joined in 2017, and I joined the TPNL course before they named it as Emerald, if I'm not mistaken. Then I rejoined the Emerald in 2021 because during the first session, during the TPNL, I don't really understand what it's all about. Then from there, I know that I'm lacking in teaching. Then there are two, I think, organizer that I always join the courses, either Merdu or ADeC. And I think these two has helped me lots during the COVID pandemic in 2020 and 2021, which we have already practiced the flipped classroom, but I don't understand the concept of the flipped classroom. I always have this doubt of flip, and then you hear about TBL, CBL, and sort of other jargon words in the education. So I joined to learn more and to know what it's all about. Then when I joined the flip this session, then I realized that for the flip, it's actually we need to map for the activity just a lower level of the Bloom taxonomy, because all this while, in my understanding, whatever you do, it should be mapped to your teaching, the CLO, PLO, that whatever you have done in the courses. So I think by joining this, it will enhance knowledge and whatever you have done before.
All right. Okay. 2 more.
Hello, good morning. Hi, I'm Zai. I'm from the Faculty of Languages and Linguistics, English Department, and Lilwan and I, we are colleagues. Hi, Lilwan. I just want to know how flipped classroom is different than blended learning. Yeah, I guess that's all from me.
Hi, I'm Key from the medical department. Over the pandemic, I think we've all experienced quite a lot of changes to to how we teach and how we have been delivering our educational material. And I'm actually in charge, the lead course coordinator for the Masters of Health and Research Ethics for the basic principles in ethics. And that actually really changed drastically for us because our whole course was planned out as a face-to-face course. And then because we have an international body of students joining the program and no one could come in, so we then completely flipped it to an online program. And that actually made us kind of like make quite a lot of changes at the very last minute. And I thought it was a very good learning experience. And more importantly, I felt that, we could actually use a lot of this experience into adapting to what we actually normally teach day to day anyway, which I feel a lot of, especially on the medical side, much more than the other departments, have been quite traditional and also has been quite resistant to using a lot of the online resources. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. So I can see there's a strong showing from Faculty of Medicine. So just out of curiosity, penggal dah habis or it's still running? Huh? Oh, starting in 2 weeks. Okay, all right. Because normally, because medicine have different system from the rest of us, isn't it? So sometimes you get. Like this, a lot of people from medicine come in. Sometimes you barely get people from medicine. Okay, yeah. So I can just now a few people have already sort of done flip or tried flip before. Some did it but did not realize that's actually a flip. Okay, and some I think would like to learn more about doing flip. Just now asking about how different is blended learning and flipped classroom. So I think we will learn or we will explore together based on the resources that I have created and also curated, and also our sharing of experience, hopefully, because I see that there are a few people who have done flipped classroom session. Hello? Okay. So the first thing that I want you to pick up from the screen that we have is actually how do you find the design of the learning for yourself? So that means because I've sort of curated and structured the spectrum page to a certain way, isn't it? A certain structure. So how do you find that structure help you in going through the resources for this session? Anyone wants to volunteer? Siapa yang nak buat?
At first, because now we're sitting at a student point of view, doing exploring spectrum. I find it first it was really hard to navigate because the title is different and there's this hello educators in the introduction and announcement, and then it starts because when I first accessed the spectrum, it was like a multiple topic in it, or is it my layout? But yours material was a bit further down. Yeah, so I think in order to make it more engaging and kind of help the students, the layout to navigate the assignment have to be clear cut.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Very good.
But other than that, after I find the start, the first, and then it follows through, the flow was really, really nice to go through. And one thing I like about it is that the short videos that you put in, and also the engagement in terms of questions in between those videos, that was brilliant. Yeah.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Any more? Maybe you?
Yeah, I think the repetition in certain content helps, especially like how do you differentiate flip from blended learning. And the important point, the difference is that they have to work out the problem when they come to the class, I think, which means I've been doing it wrong, actually, in a way. Sometimes I think a lot of time I don't do that. Maybe I flip more to get the student to read, to engage when they come to class. But whether it's problem solving or not, I don't think in my session it's problem solving all the time. But it's more to like, well, I have to be frank. It's so hard to get students to read. So in the end, I resort to desperate measure. It's games. Like you don't read, you can't play the game. You're going to lose. So in order to read, in order to play the games, there's an element of competition in every session before we start the class. So I don't think that's problem solving, but it's more for engagement. So we start with that, and then we continue with our class. But this one, I think is good because, like, at least, you know, the main point, I myself could get it. So there's like a theme running through the whole activities. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Okay, so one last one. Okay, all right. So actually, one thing that I want us to think about when we are designing our sessions on our flipped learning sessions is that it's not just a matter of like structuring things. I want us to think of us is not as lecturers anymore. Okay, let's call ourselves learning designers, because what we do is actually we are going to design students' learning experience. Okay, and I think that is something that allows us to or compels us to think harder about our structure in our spectrum. As you rightly point out, actually there is something that's quite not right when I designed that page, because on the top part there is other things, is it? But there is a way that then after you have sort of found what things to do, then it's easier. Because when I designed the session for flipped classroom, I deliberately use numbers to sort of count the steps, isn't it? So if you see that there's actually a number. So one, this is what you do first. Second, then what you do. So probably a better idea for structuring that is actually by having a more deliberate sequence. So for example, so if flipped learning is actually number 5, then it's actually 5.1, 5.2, 5.3. Then it makes it clear that, okay, this is the thing that you should be doing. Okay, and of course the structure of Moodle or our spectrum is actually quite crucial when you do that. And do you know that we can actually now it works. You can actually change the format of your spectrum pages. Okay, so let me show you something. So if you go to your spectrum and you go into the gear, and then if you go to edit settings, there is this thing where you have a course format. Okay, so the course format is actually something that you can change. I'm using flexible sections, and this format allows me to actually nest sections or subsections within the spectrum. Okay, there are the normal one like grid, like single activity, advisor, topics, and weekly. So you can actually experiment with those and see which one serves your purpose. Okay, all right. So let's. So that is just that. So since our display is already now working, so let's go back to the activity, and you will find that in Spectrum you see that this flipped learning is actually have this blue line, isn't it, at the side? That actually marks the active topic at the moment, and you can change this by going into the turn editing on, and then so since I'm using flexible sections, actually this is the buttons that I use to make it as a current topic. Okay, but yeah, so that is how you can actually then play around with the structure of our spectrum to make it clear to your students which is the current topic. Okay, and I think that is something that you need to also talk to your student about, because sometimes they don't know. They just go in expecting to be lectured, and then whatever that they find, they have to search in Spectrum. Okay. All right. So let's go back to our training properly. So the first thing that I ask you to do is to complete the competency score. Okay, and this score is not actually from me. The quiz is not actually from me, isn't it? If you go into the page, it's actually from Flip Learning Global. Okay, so Flip Learning Global, I will ask you to then check your competency score. So siapa yang dapat markah tinggi? Okay, I don't get the high marks because I missed out a few things. No, this is just the just the default. You need to actually start by clicking on next. Okay, and this website is actually one of the best resources for doing or learning how to do flip that you can find online. Okay, yes, I point it right to this, but actually if you go into the web page, actually there are a lot of things that you can learn. Okay, all right, so okay, so the first thing that I want you to do is I want you to go into I want you to go into menti.com, okay, and enter that code that you can see, and answer that question. Okay, so you'll be able to answer this or write something on this, provided that you have watched and also did the learning or the homework that I gave you beforehand. So remember, this is your definition of flipped classroom. It's not the textbook definition. Okay, and I would say there is no wrong answer. So we can see that the number is going up. So I'm expecting 18 respondents. Yes. Yep. Uh-huh. Depend on your design. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Okay, I would define Spectrum as the one-stop center for your students, isn't it? So you can actually bring them out from Spectrum to whatever different web platform that you wanted to use, but to help them to sort of focus, so put everything, index everything in your Spectrum, and then they can go out if they need to. Yes, I know. Yeah, because Merdu controls the sort of the spectrum for medicine, because you teach differently, isn't it? You do it in blocks, isn't it? And only certain people will be allowed to actually tinker with it, because then a number of people will need to actually go in and teach. So what you do is you put in resources, isn't it, in there? Yeah. I would not advise you to do that just for the sake of sort of achieving the KPI. What we are trying to work out with PTM is we are trying to integrate both Spectrum and 365, so that then so it will become seamless for the students. And whatever that you sort of do in your 365 will count towards the blended learning score, or the overall blended learning score. So that's what we are working on with PTM, and I think they are close to sort of cracking it right now, because we have an issue because 365 is really on Microsoft, and then our Spectrum access is managed by Google. So, you know, Google and Microsoft, so. Okay, so I think the KPI for teaching is based on contact hours, isn't it? And we still contain this. We still maintain the same contact hours. What differentiate Flip with the normal teaching is that what we do during the session, during the contact session, that is, I think, more important than because when you are creating the Flip learning resources, or designing the Flip learning resources, you only do it once. Okay, if you do it right, you only do it once, and then you can actually reuse that same structure for 5 years. Kan kalau satu cohort 5 tahun kan. So satu curriculum cycle is 5 years, isn't it? So you use that for 5 years. So you only have to do it once. Yes, you have to manage it every semester that you are teaching the same subject. But then actually it sort of relieve you sort of focus the work at the first hurdle, but then you are, so if you put it as an investment, your capex is actually higher, but then your opex is lower. If you get that. So CapEx is actually capital expenditure. That means the thing that you do first, isn't it? Macam kalau kita beli bangunan, so I'm going into built environment now. So when you are designing a building, isn't it? You spend your money to build very, very well, so that then your maintenance is lower. Your maintenance cost is lower. Okay. Hopefully in time it will make sense to you. All right. Does that answer your question? Not really. No, but be honest. Of course.
Once you do, it's for 5 years, you can use the same cycle because for students, let's say you incorporate assignment or task in the flip, it's actually they will share among the seniors and the juniors. So that is one point where they actually know and they don't really care about the learning experience of this. Because they already have the materials from previous seniors.
Okay. Well, I think that is a strategy. That is a strategy for you to actually to use that to your advantage. I think that is something that we can explore a little bit, isn't it? How do we then use that fact that students actually hand down materials and assignments, isn't it? And use it to your advantage. So I would suggest that if they do that, then it will make it the learning for the later cohorts will actually be much richer because they have that, and the sort of the good thing about doing a flip is that you are not being bogged down by the thing that the content. So you can actually introduce much richer experience to the learners. So over time, so obviously over that 5-year period, the learning environment, because of they have already the answers, isn't it? That their seniors so they handed down to them. You can actually put in more complexity, so that then the learning experience is actually much richer for the students. So it takes a bit of sort of creativity and also design to make that happen. Okay? Yeah, so you improvise during the face-to-face session. Hopefully. Okay? All right. Anyone wants to add to that, or put in another sort of a dimension or a debate on that? Yes.
Really good, but what happens is actually they will have to view the videos. We know that SLT calculations, right? But problem is now that KPI is pushing us towards face-to-face, only then you get marks. So what happens, we don't allocate much for non-face-to-face, but with flipped classroom, I believe they will do some background job before they come into the actual face-to-face session. So it's actually double the job that they're doing. So may I have your comments on this?
Well, actually, when we designed the SLT, when we calculate the SLT, of course, we wanted the students to actually do a background reading, isn't it? Having a flip approach actually compels them to do it. So it's not really doubling their work. It's actually them putting in the correct hours they're supposed to spend for learning whatever topic that we are teaching.
I mean, that's the ideal calculation for SLT, but what I'm trying to say with the current KPI, I think most of the face-to-face the calculation, the hours, and then the timetabling has been matched so that you can actually include that in teaching. So like that's what happened last time, because it was not, we had that kind of push to actually push it everything to face. Only then the KPI is calculated. There was some miscommunication. So that's what I'm just wondering, how to make this fair on both the academic and the student side. So
yeah, I think it's something that we can think about. All right. Okay. Anyone want to?
Just to address that concern, perhaps because I tried flipped classroom incorrectly as well. I never had the assessment part done. We do the video, and then during class we'll have a rich discussion and activity and active learning whatsoever. But I've never done the assessment after the video. Do the assessment, and then you design the in-class activity to be if it's 50%, it's peer. If it's more majority not understanding, then you revise. If it's majority faham but only a certain yang tak faham, then you do something else. I've never done that. But what I realize is, when you calculate SLT means you come to class and then the student self-learning time, that is actually, when you ask them to do the task before class, you are actually taking that time. Because they don't have to do the assignment anymore after class. But before this, they come to class and then they do the assignment. Sama je. You just swap it. So in terms of SLC, I don't think it's kacau much lah. That's my personal opinion. Because they don't have to do much after the class anymore, because they have done the big job. Actually, they are doing much compact and richer, difficult tasks during the 2 hours rather than them doing it themselves after class for maybe 5-10 hours. Cari orang ni nak fahamkan, trying to find from the library this and that. That takes a longer time than having to do it using the flipped learning approach. Like Dr. Zahir, dia kata, okay, all the things they did is 30 minutes, and Dr. Zahir, you estimated. That's the task time that we did. So I think that's fair enough. It's just that the SLT calculation doesn't change. It's just that the arrangement of the time is. So I think it's still the same for the students, and the students appreciate it more. I don't know. It's just that designing on when you Dr. Farhana, you mentioned for us to design, tak kisahlah. I think online ke physical ke, we still have to redesign our course anyway. So yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. Yes. Anyone wants to add to that? Tak ada? Okay, so let's look at how everybody defines flipped classroom. Okay, so we can see that everybody, I would say, get it right. So if you see on the right hand side, learning materials, short videos provided before class, students do assessment afterwards, and during class time, more strategic learning experience, okay, based on students' understanding, right? If you look on the center, main idea to create instruction, pre-lecture tasks, assign reading exercises, and then students are required to utilize what they have learned to solve problems during class time. On the right-hand side, flipped classroom teaching method that prepares students with fundamental knowledge of topic, discuss, test, and reflect in class, and proceed to critical appraisal of the topic. So I think from the reading, isn't it, that you did, everybody sort of got the idea of how flipped classroom is supposed to be done. Of course, there are some differences between how we define the minute things in the flipped classroom, or some understanding. Just now, Dr. Farhana just now worried about the amount of time that the students actually, or we have to actually commit to sort of do the session. And I think these are things that we can actually design in our sessions with the students. And I hope that we can use this forum as a place where we can actually discuss how we can address those different things, because we've got a lot of like minds here, isn't it? Everybody has a PhD, so we can actually apply this to actually think about, okay, so what's going to be the solution for us to actually tackle or address this. All right, so let's have a 5-minute break. 5-minute break, so that then we can actually sort of go to the toilet, or if you want to makan ke, if you want to discuss with your team member. After 5 minutes, so at 10 past, we will restart the session. Okay? All right. So one of the things that I ask you to So one of the things that I ask you to do while sort of preparing for this session is actually to read a blog article, isn't it? That we wrote in ADeC, and further down the line, in I think item number 6 or 7, there is a video that was presented by one of the sort of reference about flipped classroom. And I would say that there are a little bit sort of different of ideas between this article and the article that, or the video that was presented. I think it was by number 5 at step number 5. So in step number 3, just now we are in step number 3. The idea that we have in the blog is actually a little bit different, and the reason why this is different is actually we wanted you to do flip, not just a simple flip one-on-one, I would say. So that means you give the students learning materials, and then you sort of give them worksheets for them to do in the classroom, because we want the students to be able to utilize the full social experience that they have in the classroom to learn collaboratively. Okay, so this is the idea that we want to make full use of the collaborative learning within the classroom in the face-to-face session, with the help of the technology that they have. Just now somebody asked me whether we should get students to bring all their gadgets, isn't it? I actually ask my students to actually bring their gadgets, so that then they can actually work collaboratively using the technology that's available to them. Okay, but I only teach class of maximum 40 students. I know some faculty have like 150, 200. The large classes you can have like up to 250, isn't it? The last lectures, and there is actually a way for you to do the collaborative learning in a large class, and I would later introduce you to one of the sort of the forefront of doing this, about having collaborative learning in a large class. Okay, so let's talk about the difference between or the activities that the students can do in a flipped classroom session, isn't it? So we know now that flip is actually then flipping the class to get the students to interact with the activity that we have created using our platform, either Spectrum or at the Teams, so that then they will be able to learn, number one, and number two, they will be able to show their learning, isn't it? So that is the purpose of the activities that we actually get the students to do, so that then they can actually show their learning. And that's what I am doing with you with the structure of the homework that I gave you. I give you snippets of learning or resources, and then for the students to, or for you to then show your learning, to show your understanding. Okay, so that is this argument about information and knowledge. Okay, so what is information and what is knowledge? Anybody wants to? Okay, let's do this. This is one of the activity that you can do with your classes. Okay, so first I'll give you 1 minute to think of the difference between information and knowledge. Okay, so I'm going to do this systematically. So I'm going to start a timer. Okay. Don't discuss first. So this is going to be an activity called, oops, sorry. So this is going to be activity called think, pair, and share. Okay. So first you have to think alone, and then you pair up, and then you share. Okay. The first point is actually to think first. Okay. So I'll give you 1 minute to think, starting now. So don't discuss first. So just reflect on what it means between knowledge and also information. Okay, so the timer is up. Okay, so now the next activity, I want you to get up and find someone not sitting in your table. Preferably not from the same faculty. Preferably not the same faculty. So I can see people from the same faculty. Okay? So what you're supposed to do is to discuss the 3 people. So Dr. Ijaz, someone from a different table, probably, yeah. So discuss the meaning or debate the meaning of between knowledge and information. Okay, time's up. Okay, time's up. All right, so yeah, let's have this pair to share. All right, so everyone, please. Okay, so Dr. Huh? TV. Okay.
Hello. Hello. Oh, okay. So it can be credible or not, but information is something that's rather refined, and that's something that you do like a transformative process. So you get it from someone, you refine it for yourself, and then you transmit it to someone else. That's I think.
Okay. All right. Nice. Your pair want to add anything?
Oh, do we add the knowledge just now? No, just information. So the knowledge is something that we gain and learn from someone who has more information about the subject. That's all.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay, it works.
Yeah, it works. Yes. You guys, knowledge and information.
Okay, so for us, information is just information is everywhere. So anything that people tell you, and you learn, you see, is all information. You can download it, you can upload it in your head. But knowledge is more about things that you actually learn, the skills, and the things that you can actually apply. That will actually retain over time so that you can improve your life. But I'm sure Dr. Boni had a better definition actually.
No, just to add on, probably it's like, for me, I mean, like what we came up with is information could be the details and data that you take in. And then knowledge is like how you make use of all this to gain experience and how you apply it. So it's something like what I said, information can be transformed into knowledge. Knowledge can be used to process the data as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Nicely said. Yes.
So from our discussion before, information is a lot of data from a lot of different sources, actually pretty similar to the pair before. So information is a lot of data from different sources, whereas knowledge is how you critically appraise, how you apply all this data and analyze it to get understanding of that information.
Okay. Could you pass the mic to the group?
Everyone. So me and Key, we define information and knowledge quite similarly. So knowledge, we define as data, facts, and details available out there. That's information. Information, whereby knowledge, on the other hand,
was actually a higher level understanding and learning that you derive from the information around you, either passed on by a mentor or an educator, or even from your own understanding of it. And more importantly, it's how you would then be able to apply that to separate situations in the future based on what you've learned from the earlier information.
Okay. All right.
Okay, our group, we talk about information as data, either printed, non-printed, from different sources, whereas knowledge is when you interact with it. And Dr. Lee has a very precise way of defining it. She said, process applied data, information. That's for
All right.
Yeah. Okay, our group, we discuss through analogies. I like the analogy shared by Azhar. She said, imagine that this information is just like bubbles around us. We can get it from anywhere. But we want our students to be knowledgeable. So we actually help to connect the chains between the info or bubbles of information. So I think that more or less describes it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much. So basically we have discussed that information is something related to the resources that you can access. And then also to me it's more on like data, raw data about what, when, where, how, or something like that. For knowledge is something that we make sense, we process all the data or information that we gather, and to make sense, to apply it, and to make the connections, to ask why this happened. And I think that's about the knowledge, you know, what's the, of this information, what are the related one, the connection, how we make sense, and something like to make it applicable in that context.
Just a little bit. If you look at the Bloom taxonomy, yeah, it's like information is just like the low, yeah, like knowledge it will be the hot, yeah, hot and low. Yeah, is the way I see it. Or another example would be the information that Dr. Zahir sent it to us. There's a lot of information, but it doesn't mean that we got it, or we are able to apply this. We will be able to use it. Yeah, if we are able to do all this, it means we got the knowledge. It's what it makes sense to us, and we are able to apply and use it to benefit our students. That's all. Thank you.
What Farhana and I discussed just now was somewhat what you have been you have explained, except for the taxonomy thing. Am I right? Yeah. So basically, to us, information is just data from various resources, and information. I'm so sorry. Information leads to knowledge, and again, how you apply knowledge. Okay.
I think information is actually organized and structured data, information that you see in books, maybe in journal articles. So it was also very evidence-based, but it can also be subjective. There's like what I call false information too, but they're documented. Knowledge is a result of processing information by a human being, like us. And then you use that knowledge for a geologist perspective. We do interpretation. Okay, so we read the book. I go to an outcrop in Labuan. So the paper said, oh, it used to be a river 20 million years ago. But based on my knowledge, maybe I think it's a lake, not a river. Okay, so knowledge is a process using the information to make interpretation and observation from a geologist's perspective. You like that?
Yeah, I think information is like what comes in here and goes out, and if it get retained, then it's knowledge.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so please go back to your seats. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so actually, a lot of you have got the sort of the idea of knowledge and information, and I would like to offer my definition of knowledge, especially. Okay, so information, of course, it's actually bits and pieces of like things that we do, things that we see, things that we watch, things that we hear. Okay, but once we make, so this is where the process. So a lot of people talk about process. So the process for transforming information into knowledge is actually the process of meaning making, isn't it? You make meaning of that information. So that's why Dr. Amir just now said the why, isn't it, of that information. Why is there? Why is the information there? And how do you then utilize it? So that's the process of meaning making. And meaning making, I would argue, happens when students have to think about it. Students have to then act upon it. So that's the application part. And that's why when I designed the activities inside the spectrum that we had, it is accompanied with like assessments that you have to do, isn't it? And also interactions that you have to do. And those are the kinds of sort of the bridge between information and knowledge. And that's what we wanted to then design for the students. Okay, so now when we look at the flip session, a lot of people sometimes just now I see that they say, okay, we missed that one step when you give resources to students, isn't it? Either in your spectrum or in your teams, you give them sort of a general paper for them to read. but then you did not actually help, or you did not sort of force the student to make meaning from that information that they have read, isn't it? Or the video. So of course, video, you can give them 2 hours of video. So number one, you need to check, or you need to know whether they have watched the video, isn't it? So that's where technology helps, how to then watch the video. And also research have said that especially the younger generations, their attention span is really, really short, isn't it? So, and if you look at literature, they would say maximum is 10 minutes. If you go beyond 10 minutes, it becomes TLDR. You know what TLDR is? Too long, don't read. Okay? So, so that's why 2-hour lecture will not be ideal for students. Maybe for medical students, because these are the brightest of the brightest of the brightest, they don't mind watching 2-hour video. But I would suggest that it would be very useful for them to be given chunks of information. And then those chunks of information are then sort of being helped to be given meaning by asking questions. Okay? So the questions that we ask in the video or in the Spectrum or whatever platform that we use is, number one is to help them with meaning making, and number two is actually can be used when we have the face-to-face session with them, isn't it? Because as we have seen just now, not everybody have the same. I would say everybody has the same definition of knowledge and information, but the way that they express that is actually different, and that's unique because that's how different people give different meanings to knowledge and information. Did you get what I mean? Okay, so that's why so that's why you don't lecture in the classroom. Okay, because when you lecture, when as I said before, when you are working in the classroom, they are only watching. They don't have meaning. They have the information, but it can be macam tu je kan. So that's what we want to get in our students, so that then it becomes that process that they have before it then comes out. All right. Okay. So that's meaning making, and that's how we design our flip classroom with the students. Okay. So that's I think that is quite simple, isn't it? All right. So that is the before class. Okay. So now what happens during the class? Okay. So during the class, there are many strategies that you can actually do with the students, that then they can actually sort of make that meaning or reinforce that meaning that they have made during the sort of pre-session that they have. Okay. So now we are going to explore several activities that you can do so that then the classroom session is not become a one-way communication between the lecturer and also the students, but it becomes a collaborative learning session between the students together, and the lecturer is there to facilitate the activity. Okay. So now what I want, so since you already have separated yourself in groups, then that's fine. So we have two general situations, isn't it, in UM. One, you have a really, really large class, and then the other you have a small class. So I would suggest that the demarcation is, if you have more than 50, then you have a large class. If you have less than 50, then you have a small class. Okay, so a little bit of research work that I want you to do. Okay, so I'm going to give you time. So let's break it down in the middle. So this side, these two groups, will work on separately. So find a collaborative learning activity for students in a small class. So I mean 50 and below. So each table should come up with around 5 different activities, different learning strategies for small classes. Okay, you can use the internet. You can actually find a quite number of that. Okay, so it can be in the form of video. It can be in the form of articles. Okay, so that then we can share between each other. Okay, so then naturally these two tables will have to work on to research activities that for collaborative learning that you can do for large groups. So that means 50 and above. So let's say your maximum would be 200 or something like that. Okay, so that will be a activity. So I want you to first, okay, so don't start yet. Okay, so this is another sort of fun exercise that I want you to do. So hopefully it's fun. Okay, so I want you to use a single platform that I'm going to prescribe. Have you used Dropbox paper before? Some do, some no. Okay, so that's good. Okay, let's watch the video on Dropbox paper. Kejap. Apa? Macam mana? Mula-mula.
Okay, team, we've got a bit doing. I want everyone working together on this. So let's start a Dropbox paper doc. I'll set it up. And it's shared. Ben, you're presenting, so you get to choose the title. Okay, just watch Did you add the points from the slide we presented last week? Just watch the subtitle. Perfect. Nice formatting. Steph, I loved your designs. Can you drop some in? Ooh, that one's great. Make it bigger. What do we think about this as a soundtrack? Too slow? What about this? Okay, a lot to do here. Better delegate. Edwin, you okay to handle that? And Steph, all good from your end? Nice. Okay, now let's drop in all of the other files we need. Yes, that's it. So much good stuff here. I've got to run, but I can jump in from my phone or tablet, so don't stop. Nice work, team. Sign up for Dropbox Paper today. It's free.
Okay, so Dropbox paper it is. The reason why I asked you to do this, I know some of you have used Dropbox paper before and some of you don't, is to give you 1 point, capacity to learn in a group. Okay, and that's how something that we want to have in our students as well. So that's where we use that face-to-face session with them. Okay, so Dropbox paper. Remember that the task to research and share later activities for small classroom and large classroom. Okay, so make sure it's a collaborative work. That means one person create the Dropbox paper and then everybody work on it using their devices. So I can see Azah has already started her Dropbox paper. So this group, okay, all right. So okay, so first thing, figure out how to use Dropbox paper, okay? And since you have already people in the class or in the session, find someone, if you are having trouble, find someone who have already done it, then learn from them. Okay, so your task is clear. Let me start the timer. Okay, siapa yang dah buka? Dah share dah dengan semua? Okay, I can see all tables have started their Dropbox paper. please add me as one of your collaborators. AUM. Tak ada. Okay, my email is zahiruddin@um.edu.my. Okay, so you are given 40 minutes, but 2 minutes has already up, so 38 minutes. Okay, so by now I would have guessed that you would have found several strategies, okay, from your reading, from your search, from your research. So I would want you to then detail out how it's done. So it becomes like a guideline for your peers to use right away. So meaning next semester, bulan 10, I can go back to this Dropbox paper, okay, and find out, okay, what are the steps of doing all the activity. Okay, let's say just now I'll take an example of think, pair, share. Okay, so the step is step 1, get people to think of a topic, of a subtopic for a minute, and then step 2, everybody has to find a pair and discuss that, and step 3 to share the activity, and step 4 for the educator to round out the discussion. Okay, so it's a step-by-step guideline for your fellow educators to use that strategy. Okay, so it has to be quite specific. Just now I was talking to this group, it's game-based. So, so what specific name of the activity just now you said? A fishbowl. But fishbowl is something else, isn't it? Yeah. So be very specific with the step-by-step. All right? So that then we can use it in the next semester. Okay, so now you should be discussing how to do that. Okay, so to avoid repetitions, I would like that all the strategies and activities and approach should not be similar between each group. So I will leave you to it to make sure that that does not happen. In between groups. No, those are two. You are two separate groups. But make sure that you don't replicate the other group. Because you're not sharing the same platform. Yeah, you should be splitting yourself. Tak perasan pula. You're sharing the same Dropbox. Okay, so it should be two separate. Kalau tu nanti ada 5 je lah. Dah, mana kan I minta tadi satu group 5 aktiviti. Satu group 5 aktiviti. Ah. Ah. So it should be you have 5 and you have 5. $40? Uh-uh. Oh, okay. Okay. You should actually have 2 Dropbox papers. Okay. And this group should have 5 activities. That group should have 5 activities. And activities should not be the same. Jadi kita end up dengan 10 lah. Group ni pakai Dropbox sama ke? Tak kan? Tak. Okay. Just make sure that it's not the same. Activities are not the same. And I'll leave the 2 of you to sort out. Ini sekarang ni ada berapa?
So every 11 of us are sharing one. So we are dividing it into group, and then whatever that we have prepared, gonna rearrange balik.
Oh, okay.
Is it okay?
Okay. Activity ada berapa?
Oh, activity tak ada apa-apa. We are still trying to, come up with the sequence of the activities.
Okay. Alright. Tak apa, boleh je type saja. Boleh type apa? Pada masa yang sama, you boleh type terus. Jadi dia akan tolak je automatik. Tu dah keluar dah.
That I can notice from the Google Doc or whatever, it has the writer's name. I mean the initial right at the site there. Whereas Google, you don't have that, so you don't know who wrote what. Yeah, things like that. But good thing about it's like we know who wrote that. And say, hey, you wrote this. Can you elaborate more? And rather than just put in there and nobody knows who the ownership. But the thing is, the thing that I miss is for Google platform we have a chat box. So you can real time chat. Hey, okay, you do this. Oh, ada eh? Mana? Tak perasan. Oh, yeah. But that is like leaving a comment or something like that lah kan? I mean the chat box is real time. What I mean is not the comment. The comment tu Google Doc pun ada.
If you sort of go to the site,
Yeah, this is leaving comment. What I mean is the chat. What I mean is the real time live chat, so that everybody knows. Oh, okay, there's something there. Things like that.
When we are face to face, we can just chat, chat lah. But when we are away, then how are we gonna chat?
So I mean the comments is where you do the chat, but it's actually just as you said just now, it's actually at the where you want to chat.
Yes. So they will have to notice the notification and then they click and then they go to that place and then say, oh, okay, that's the comment, something like that.
Alright, so this group, siapa yang buatkan Dropbox paper? So did you use Dropbox paper for class? Okay, so what do you think about it?
It takes a while to find out the function, like how to save. Until now, I still don't know how to save. Tadi terdelete semua benda. Tak nak cakap. So sekarang takut nak tekan apa-apa, takut terdelete semua. Yeah, it takes, like any other tool, it takes time to get used to lah.
Okay, this group, siapa yang buatkan Dropbox paper? Yes. Did you use it for class?
I've never used it before this. I do use Dropbox to store cloud storage and everything, but I attended the Emerald Learning and I kind of like Dropbox paper. So now moving forward, I'm going to use it. It seems like a really good collaborative platform.
Alright, so this table, siapa yang buatkan Dropbox paper tadi? Oh, tapi yang ni share lah. Okay, alright. Alright, so actually I use Dropbox paper a lot with my students. Number one, of course, boleh nampak nama tu kan. So when I assign group work, I akan tahu okay siapa yang buat apa. Kan? Discussion. I use I use it mainly for discussion, especially when I'm using when I'm doing jigsaw activity. Ada siapa-siapa yang buat jigsaw activity? Huh? No, I don't give marks. I just want to make sure that everybody of the group member contributes. Unlimited. Oh no, I will normally break it up into macam ni lah. Kan? And then I get them to share exactly how I use it now. Well, I mean, that is, if you really want them to be taking part, then you give mark lah. But having the name appear on the site is actually enough for the students. And then I tell them, okay, I want everybody to contribute. So and I can check. I show them, okay, this is how I know people are contributing. Yes. That's not some, just now I asked you to share, isn't it? So I become a member of that. So I will be able to have a copy of that. Yeah, you can. Okay, so please restart the timer. Apa dia? each of the element must have it step by step. So that then, your friend katalah apa dari group sana kan, okay, I nak buat lah strategi ni, apa dia punya step by step. Okay. Ada 9 minit, tak tahu. Tolong restart timer. Dah, okay. Kalau ada video, letak video sebab video kan lagi senang nak faham. Ataupun apa, visual learner lagi suka video. Nanti nak pakai nanti lepas lunch kot.
Oh, okay.
Kita tak who here uses a timer in their class? Sometimes. Not all the time. Okay, yes. You first.
Forces them to talk to each other faster, or else they just sit there and wait. So I'll just give them a time. Then every group must contribute. So yeah, I use a timer, the countdown, so they know that time's up. The group has to contribute.
Okay, why? Why do I use the timer in my class? To force them to get output during the set time limit. Yes. Other than that, so everyone can visualize how long they have, how long more time they have lah.
All right. So the use of timer in the class, especially in collaborative learning, will help focus the students, because otherwise, what was discussed just now, the students won't know what time to end, isn't it? And they sort of either they don't do anything or they are taking too long doing things. So that's why when I do my sessions with my students, for collaborative activities like that, I will use a timer. Of course, students will ask for extra time like you did just now. But yeah, I mean, it's okay. But it shows that they are actually working, isn't it? And they need more time because they know that they will not be able to make it. Okay, so I would suggest or I would sort of advocate for you when you are when you are doing collaborative activities, use the timer so that then they know they have a goal to focus on. All right. Okay. One more thing that I want your attention is actually, what do you see my role just now while we have that 40 minutes? Facilitate. So how do I facilitate? Okay. Reminding. Okay, answering the questions, isn't it? So if you notice just now, I actually went to each table a few times to look at what you are doing, to ask questions, to answer questions, isn't it? To clarify things kan. Kalau tidak tadi ni dah apa? Satu group buat liver je. So isn't it? So that is the role of the lecturer when we are doing collaborative learning in the classroom, when we have our flip learning session, isn't it? Because they are no longer listening to us. They are actually working on converting their information into knowledge, isn't it? And some people might be fast and intelligent, and they can actually do that quickly. But some people then will need help to do that. So that's the role of the lecturer now, to facilitate that process. And it takes you to actually go down to the students. You see their reaction, you see their body language to know whether they are having problems, whether they are struggling or not, isn't it? Another thing is just now when I introduced the Dropbox paper activity, and I specifically tell you, okay, there will be 1 or 2 person who knows how to do it. Go find that person and learn, isn't it? And that is something that you would find students do naturally. Dia nampak, okay, seorang ni pandai, okay, so adalah nanti kan yang pergi tanya. And that is something that we should encourage in the classroom, isn't it? So that then the learning happens not just from us to them, but they are learning by themselves as peer learning. Okay, and another thing that is important in flipped learning classroom is the social interaction. So I would suggest that when you do flipped classroom, make sure you give opportunity, or you design opportunity where students talk to each other, so that then they discuss. Kan? So you will see that, so these people are discussing a debate just now. So so you are actually sort of bridging that bridge between the information to knowledge, because you are actually discussing, isn't it? And then you know how to then apply. So those are the general, I would say, strategies and changes that will happen when you change from a lecture-based session to a flipped learning session where students do the learning in the classroom, isn't it? They form the information, so they form the knowledge with the information that's given. Okay, all right. So thank you very much for that. So let's start with the activities for small group just now. So yang ni group mana? Oh, okay, that's yours. Okay, so one person from the group to present?
Oh, present in front ka? Alright. I think we should all go and present our own parts, but I didn't read the others. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Because mine is the first one. Okay. So for our for the first group, we did collaborative learning for small classroom. The task was for less than 50 students. These are group members. Can you scroll down? Okay. So these are some of the resources that we found. We went onto this website that talked about collaborative activities among students. So some of the collaborative activities that we can do: pair or group discussions, completing shared tasks, activities or games, drama and role play, and also information exchange activities. So when the students exchange their ideas using games or jigsaw activities. So we've picked 5 or maybe 6. For the first one is group or pair discussion. We looked at, so I did this bit on Flip. So Flip, previously known as Flipgrid. Basically, it's an app. It's a free app that's now been bought over by Microsoft. Teachers, I have not used this before, so so some people here might know this more than me. So it's just something that I found earlier on, and I thought it's quite interesting. So teachers create grids with topics of discussion, and students respond with recorded videos to talk about, reflect, and share via webcam, tablet, or mobile device, talk about active engaged learning. So basically, during the pandemic, I found that I was actually talking my own when I give lectures online. So I think this is great because we give a topic to students, and then students come in, they have a discussion, and then they actually have to talk, each and every one of them. So this is how it looks like. Again, this is based on 10-15 minutes of research, so not much information on it. So that's how it looks like. So different grades for different engagements. The steps: you create a group. It can also be, it's not just for universities, for learning, it can also be social as well. You create a group, you add members, you create a topic, and then you share contents with the group. And then you watch the students' creativity and self-expression come to life. There's a video for a tutorial for teachers and for the students. That's the link in the table. So what we learned from this is that in Dropbox, probably not best to use table because the students, you won't see who actually contributed to the table because at the site it doesn't pop up the names, whereas if you do it like the line grids or like this, it actually pops up who did which bits. Do we want to go into detail with this? Yeah. Okay, maybe for teachers lah.
Platform where you could interact with your students. So I'm making this video from the teacher's perspective so I can show you exactly how to set it up. And I'll follow this up with a student's perspective so you can see what their view looks like to join, or you need to share a link with them. I'll show you how to set that up once we sign in. So go ahead and press sign up over here. And you do have to sign up with Microsoft or with Google. So if you don't have a Microsoft or Google account, go ahead and sign up for one. You most likely have one, so choose the one you want here. Make sure you go through the entire sign-up process. Here. I'm the lead of this group. I could go ahead and edit the theme. So there's a bunch of different themes to choose from to make it more appropriate for the topic that members you've added can access this group. And the way you could do that is just by entering email names over here, or you could also import this from Google Classroom as well. In this case, I'm going to skip that. I'm going to just press create group here. And it's going to give you a warning if you don't add anyone. You haven't added any members. Before sharing, you'll need to add. Looks like. So it has a title and it has a little bit of the settings over here, but we're gonna go ahead and create another topic so we could have more control on our topic. So you would go ahead and type out a title, give it a good description here. So your description will go over here and you could actually make some adjustments to the style. You could add links here and you have a lot more characters, up to 1,000 for the description, to clearly ask your students what you want from this description. And if you wanted to add media, you could go ahead and add media over here. And the recording time here, you could decide what type of length you want for a response. So I want 1 minute here, so recording time will be 1 minute in this case. And I'm going to go ahead and save it to that group. And that's been created. Let me go back to the online education tools so I could get the previous view here, and you could see this is now that topic that is active, and I can share this with my students. So once you do create a topic like this, just go ahead and press the share on.
Okay. So that's our flip grade, or now it's called
Oh,
flip.
okay.
It's funny because it's flip classroom and then this X called flip, but they told you different things lah. Where were we just now here? Okay. Okay, so that was my bit. I did a little bit of research on flip, and then we also had other elements of flip classroom for small groups, flip, and then snowballing. So I'm gonna get Dr. Ling Li.
Okay, another activities which you can conduct in class, it will be this small snowballing technique. Yeah, basically it is for the students to share their ideas. Yeah, it's some sort of like brainstorming. Yeah, good. First of all, you can post questions, yeah, introduce the topic and provide any required information to the students. Yeah, you give them the background information. Yeah, and then step number 2, you allow the students to go over the information provided. Yeah, and then jot down the key facts or ideas or answers to the questions. Yeah, and then step 3, get the students to share the facts, ideas or answers with one other students and discuss for another 5 minutes or so. Yeah, this means first of all they do alone, and then after that they share with the partners. Maybe you can use the partners who sit together with them. Yeah. Once the pair have discussed and consolidated their thoughts, ask them to move to another pair and share their thoughts again. Yeah, this means they go to another pair. Yeah, this means the group's getting bigger. Yeah, then their ideas were getting, they will have more ideas. Yeah. Good, and then get the groups of 4 students to continue the process leading to the formation of a group with 8 students. Yeah, it's getting bigger. Yeah, and you can continue this to the point that that is comfortable for you and your class. Yeah, at the end of the days, yeah, what is important, wrap up the session. Yeah, you just don't leave it. That's all, that's it, thank you. Yeah, you have to do the most important thing, you have to wrap up, yeah, what they learn actually. Yeah, good. Next, we have another activities, which is a drama or role play. You can use this. Yeah, and it can be fun. Yeah, because they actually act it out. Yeah, good. Step by step. Yeah, the first steps will be, first of all, we identify the situations. Yeah, you give them the situations, the context. Yeah, context will be very important. Then they know what they are doing actually. Yeah, then they can visualize. Yeah, good. After that, you add details. Yeah, to make it real. Yeah, and then after that, you assign roles. Each of them, they will get 1 roles. Yeah, and then step number 4, they act out the scenarios. Yeah, lastly, and then you discuss what you have learned with them. Yeah, what it is about, what it is drama or role play is about. It's just not acting out, just for fun. Yeah, but at the end of the day, you need to pull the kite back. Yeah, what is it about? What you guys are learning? Yeah, in these activities. And after that, we have a case study.
Yeah, I think all of us are familiar with case study. So perhaps this is more for when you when you have covered enough content, you want to see how much of they understand this content in the application. So you might want to have a real life cases. If you're lucky enough, you can get ready-made cases. If not, what I do is I'll just try to get something that is a bit contemporary. I'll change the names and all these things, and then they have to solve some issues. They have to think about some issues from the cases. And basically, and then I think the sharing is important. So I like to use Padlet. Maybe it's not the best, but it's just out of habit. I use Padlet because the student can, even in Padlet, they can share videos that they come across, like people talk about these issues and what are the things. So Padlet is picture, document, videos, even in their response in Padlet. So, and you can also already assign them in group in Padlet. So you can assign Padlet, like this is group 1, this is a space for group 1 to share their solutions. This is for group 2 and group 3. So Padlet is very versatile. And I think there are lots of video on Padlet. And then I've got Edpuzzle. I think Dr. Zahir used Edpuzzle for part of our activities. Edpuzzle is easy because you don't have to create a video, you just get a video from YouTube and then you just insert stuff inside. So that cut down on the prep time. But of course, there is also limitation to it because it is not designed according to the way you want it. But I think mostly right now, I think you've got like 1,001 things out there. So I think the great thing about Edpuzzle also is that even if the video is 1 hour long, don't have to use the 1 hour. You can just indicate, I just want the 10 minutes in the beginning or in the end, and that's it. So it doesn't waste time. The student will just concentrate on that 10 minutes. So Edpuzzle is another useful thing to explore. If you happen to teach something that there are lots of YouTube videos out there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
I think we got like
one.
brain writing. I think
It's the first time I come across the word brain writing. Bawah lagi? Oh, betul. Yes. The principle is write first, talk second. It's different than brainstorming. I thought brainstorming / brain writing, but it's actually different because the idea is to not allow people to dominate an oral conversation because it usually happens, and you lose time, you lose the good ideas that may come from people who are more introverted. So the steps are, the first one is to define a topic or problem, and then before or at the beginning of the meeting, people write down their ideas. So I think this can be done in a flipped classroom session. That can be done during the flipped activity, during the online part. Write down, or during the class itself, in the beginning of the class when they have gone through the learning material. Set a duration, let's say 10 minutes, and it has to be complete silence. Everybody just write down their ideas. If they have 10 ideas, they have 10 cards. If they have 2 ideas only, they only have 2 cards. No judgment, no names, no nothing. And then after a set time, post all the ideas on the wall like that, without anyone's name attached. No biased opinion or assumptions when sharing. And then people go through and vote for the best ones. And the last one, number 5, everyone comes together to share those ideas out loud in a systematic way. So the idea is only after writing is when people talk. I think that would work.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you very much. So that's the first group. So let's see the group from at the back. Yes.
Just wondering, would like to ask a question. So when you say about the votes, right? What does it mean when you have lots of idea there, and let's say we have 20 of us, and then we have maybe 200 ideas. So the vote here means what?
They didn't say which way to vote, but it allows the class to open up so that may be your discussion, starting of a discussion point. So maybe that's when if you have a Mentimeter to vote, or if you have a manual way of voting. which one they like best. Which I mean, after I've gone through all, I think that's how it. After I've gone through all the ideas, each individual will have their own favorite or what resonates best to them. So the way of voting, I tak tahu. But
I would suggest that you can actually make that much more efficient with technology, with the help of technology. Instead of writing on a post-it notes and then pasting it, and then people have to go through walk through the comments or ideas. If you do it in things like Mentimeter or Padlet, isn't it? Then it helps to expedite the process and make it more efficient. And then you do the voting using any of the response system like Mentimeter. So that then it becomes quicker to conclude, isn't it? And then you can move on to the discussion part. Alright, okay. Any more question daripada last group? Tak ada nak tanya? Yang small group? Tak ada, okay. Okay, so let's see the presentation from this group.
Okay, so we are doing the less than 50 as well. Okay, so we started off with a game-based learning activity. So of course, the first thing that we actually had in our mind was quizzes and those kind of online-based, but it's not collaborative learning, it's not cooperative learning, it's very individualistic. You go, you get a link, and then you go and do the thing. So we are trying to explore here to create a different kind of games that we already know that exist. One of it is the scavenger hunt. So one of the ways we can do that is the instructor actually designed a scavenger hunt with questions, say 2 to 3 questions, which is a problem-based question. So they will be split into groups, like 3 to 4 of them in a group. And then they will try to answer these questions one at a time. So the answers to each of these questions, if they got it right, would spell out as a whole later on at the end. And this is something that we can talk about patchwork format, because patchwork is very good because we always talk about different things that we can learn, chunks, and then we can bring together and then weave them together as a whole knowledge. So the scavenger hunt question answers will come together as one patchwork format where the students will get a bigger picture of what they're going to work as a whole classroom, for instance. So that's just one. And then the next one is problem-based learning. This is pretty much very common. Maybe I should let Dr. Amir talk about problem-based.
Thanks. So basically, in terms of problem-based learning, I think most of us have used it in our class. So basically, the few steps. So the first step is to clarify the terms or the core components that we are going to learn in the class. So for example, we are talking about electricity and general. And then after that, we need to relate it to a particular problem that we want to talk about those terms that we have identified. So for example, in this context, the problem is try to give a scenario or problem. For example, imagine that one day a world without electricity generator, so what you can do to solve this problem. And then after that, you need to get into a group to let them to brainstorm about this problem, identify, prior to that, of course, you need to divide your the groups into members and then discuss about the problem, talk through it, and identify the root cause or something like that. And after that, you need to structure and hypothesize. For example, in this case, we as a facilitator or teachers can ask students to make hypotheses with regards to the proposal that we have in order to solve that problems. And next, students need to relate with the topic concept where they have learned before or they are going to learn later. Step 5 is to identify the learning objective. So they need to achieve at the end of the day what sort of problem that they want to solve, how they're going to solve it, and then how are they going to, in this case, in this context, they need to identify what at the end of the lesson, what actually student will be doing or implement, and how they use the applications of the related methods or things that can solve the problem, stuff like that. And then next, to identify what we call that do independent study. So in this context, students will discuss further with their groups and then divide the tasks and then identify the materials, share the idea, thoughts, and also try to communicate the ideas. And then at the end of the day, they need to prepare some sort of presentation to illustrate or visualize their solutions. Next, last but not least, step 7, which is the final stage, which is to present and also to get a review from the teachers as well as the other participant students with regards to what they have proposed. I think that's all that I think most of us, I believe, that have gone through this. This is your example, Dr. Zahi. And then next is Fishmore.
So fishbowl debates is something that we all just stumbled upon, and we thought that was actually very interesting to share with you guys. So the idea of fishbowl debates kind of takes almost the same page as how 2 groups of debates will take place. But it's just that the groups, how it works is that you would have 2 groups, one inner circle of about, say, 6 to 8 people, and then the outer circle will be the rest of the students, and they will take the role of silent observers. So discussions will take place on a particular topic, say, again, what could a generator be, and then you could switch the roles if time permit, where the inner group can become the outer group, and the outer group can become the inner group. So what's going to happen is the outer group, at the end of the day, is going to, as mentioned, they become silent observers. But they will be able to reflect on the particular topic a lot more deeper than what's going on inside, and then later discuss as a bigger group. So once the discussion is over, what you can do is that, again, split them into groups of 5 or 6, have them discuss on that topic again before you share these ideas as a class altogether. So the classroom instructor here will act as a moderator, and later on, if this is something that you keep doing as a repetitive action, the students themselves can become moderators. Yeah, so that's like how it pretty much would look like.
Okay, the next one is the use of apps such as Dropbox, Paper, Miro, Padlet, and others. As you can see, this one activity itself is a learning curve for us. So the idea is to use mind maps type of apps, as well as all this, to ask students to actually share thoughts, like a sticky note thoughts, or either in a mind map manner. So this can be done in a group. First, say we can split the students into a group of 4 to 5. This is given based on a specific case, let's say. I teach research ethics, so let's say we give them a case involving health research ethics and then ask them to discuss about the ideas, and in the group they are actually discussing and putting sticky notes and mind maps or whatever. And at the end, they will come together and present in a group to the class. So each group can actually present in a class, and all of this can be consolidated into one bigger mind map that can be connected. So this actually helps not just in classroom education, but I realize in research as well. So, so this is just an example of how Dropbox or even Miro works when it comes down to mind map creation. So that is quite simple. At the end of the day, the role of the instructor is the facilitator and the moderator. Without the instructor, the lecturer telling the students to guide them in the discussion, I guess this can go into whatever end of the world, and it will never come back. So that's where the instructor's role is. The biggest role is to guide them so that they stay within the learning outcomes that we are actually expected to go through. The next one is whole class discussion. This is a problem-based learning. This is something that is very new. We have never done it also, jigsaw learning.
So a jigsaw technique is something that can take place as, again, a patchwork format. So what's going to happen is that you can have a group of students, again, 5 or 6, and you have a main topic which you can divide into a few subtopics, and each of them gets to take one particular topic and are given, say, about 10-20 minutes to do a thorough research on it. So when they come back, the idea is to actually connect these dots as a storyline or a timeline, and that's how they present this with the class. So the whole idea is for them to either do it as a presentation, so it can come up as a poster format, or even they can choose to have this appraised as a personal meeting with the instructor. So this depends on your target student. So let's say if the students is a very small group, you can just probably go ahead with the first topic. But let's say if you have a group of students who come from, say, sub-teams of expertise, you have a group of epidemiologists or a group of clinicians or a group of statisticians even, you can split them up into such groups as, and kind of combine each of the specialty into one and ask them to go figure. So the last is think, pen, share.
Tak payahlah kot. Alright, so that's 5, isn't it? Okay, so let's look at the one from the large, from the big classroom. So before that, any question or comments on the 5 different approaches from other groups?
So this is just a comment. I realized that a lot of strategies that's been presented by the other side of the room overlap with ours.
Okay.
So which one is the best for big group and large group? Because so we do share some of the same resources with the small group.
Okay, so before we answer that question, let's go over on the other group and see the presentation. Then we have this. We can have this discussion. Okay, so which table is going to present? Okay, yeah, all right.
I think that we go first. Hi everyone. So we are the group 1 for the the large class collaborative strategies. So these are the challenges. Nak terbawa ke? Okay, so when it comes to a big group, of course, challenges is that you have some people who are quite dominant and some which is passive, so less participation, so no equal participation, and less individualized attention. Of course, a teacher recognition. I think this is one of the core problem code for us to run activities. That's one, and second is to take a look at the impact of the activities that we conducted. And a conducive learning environment, of course, when it comes to large classes, it's always at the large auditorium. And the different learners, we have 4 types of learners, and how do we conduct a collaborative learning that would meet the all these 4 different type of learners. Technology-driven, technology-aided might be challenging for learners without the necessary tools. And I think that this is probably the least of the problem, because our student, the current generation, they have very, very good grasp of technology. Okay, so let's proceed with the step-by-step guide. So the first one, alamak, I'm so sorry. I should be facing all of you. Hurry dah. So since it's a collaborative effort, everyone's going to be presenting, Okay. Duduk boleh, because it's less formal. So the first one is that we start off with games, activity in a competitive learning environment. This is because we want the group to be able to, break free from one another and answer the question in a group. So medium that we cannot find something that is extravagant or something that is outside of whatever everyone is using. So Kahoot in a group, so everyone would have to name their group name, one group 1, group 2. So they participate as a group. And one of the things that we find it really good to start this off at the very beginning of the session is that we could identify which LO is lacking or is not being met. So for example, if we have 4 LO and the third LO, everyone scored 30%. as a group. So as a group, like in the whole lecture, everyone scored 30%. So that session, it's best to emphasize on that LO. So that is for the first method, but the cons is that we have to pay subscription in order to get the statistics for Kahoot. And second is the amount of, or the number of students, the capacity for students to log on into Kahoot. So for medicine, we have 150, for dentistry, we have 70. Which is, it's not feasible kan for MBBS to do. As long as we pay lah, yes. And the pro is that that's the best way to get the students' attention with the sound and with the graphic and everything. So I'm going to pass it over to my teammate on the mind mapping.
So I think this is very conventional mind mapping. So at school, we see teachers, they will draw the map on the whiteboard, and then all students will come out and write. So this can be done face to face. If for a large group of students, maybe the facilitator can draw out the main themes or the concepts on the wall, or mahjong paper or whatever, and then all the students can come up and just put their post-it notes and yeah. So for virtual learning, you can use like Miro board and things like that. Yeah. So yeah, I think this can be engaging, but yeah, for large group activities, there will be sleeping students. So yeah, just the moderators have to just get them to walk around. Okay.
Think pair share is something like, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it coincided with the snowballing, something like that, right? In fact, I think we did it something like Dr. Zahid did it earlier. Like you have to actually give time for the students to think and then get them into pair to discuss. And then like, I think similar to snowballing, like you have to like, it can go, I mean the groups can grow bigger. And then what's more important is it should not end there. Like you have to actually wrap it up, get the students to present, share their responses and so on. It's kind of still doable for a large group because, and of course the challenge will be still with the silent partners. Probably that can be solved with, if you don't mind, Dr. Zahid, can you scroll down? Maybe I can present one go for, no, a bit more up, number 5. This is, although the approach is different, but this is how we can get those silent partners to actually to do work, basically. Again, the same, I mean, we have to actually give the concept to the students, let them to think for a while, write it down, or virtually we can have it like some other virtual methods to do it, like a Google document or something, okay? To write what they can and let them submit. And that can be actually graded or give them some sort like a very minimum mark that, that can be still incorporated, so that will give them the seriousness to participate. And then, and then what's the role of facilitator here? Because this itself might take one session. So gather the info, and then for the next section, like the facilitator can actually discuss, and then get the students there will be a Q&A sessions going on lah. So this is the combination, kind of like that activity 3 and 5 can be worked in a different manner for different groups of different individuals with different attitudes or characters, okay? Right? For the jigsaw puzzle, I'll pass it to Dr. I think, yeah.
Okay, for the jigsaw puzzle, just now another group already elaborated it, and we use it a lot in a physical class where we take the learning content into portion. We break it out into portions. Each group tackle some and then come back to report, and we piece them back together. Online, we can do it like assign different breakout rooms, and they are working on different portions, and then come back to report the same thing, and you reinforce what you have discussed in in your lecture, and then tackling what the students bring back. Yeah.
Just a bit more on the jigsaw puzzle. It's actually reflecting the jigsaw activities, except that the jigsaw activities have an expert in there, but we let the student become the expert or the master in our jigsaw puzzle collaborative show and tell. That means we divided the LOs for one group, and then at the end of it, we more or less let the group present the content. So that's it about jigsaw puzzle.
Okay, so let's look at group 2.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna start first. The game-based learning, we all have learned just now from 2 other groups, so there's not much thing to share. Just based on my own experience, when during the pandemic, when we are not allowed to meet the student face to face, and we cannot do physical practical with the students. So what I did is I did a lot of game-based learning. For example, the Solve the Outbreak by CDC. It was a really fun game to the student. So students are required to complete several levels. In each level, they have like different diseases caused by different pathogens. So at the same time, students actually learn about different pathogens around the world. And this is the games from CDC itself. So it's really good. So information is correct. So in each games, they have the definition. What is the outbreak? What is the virus? What is the bacteria? And so on and so forth. So by the end of this game, all right, we divided the students into a group so they can complete level 1. In level 1, they have different games, different viruses, different pathogens. And then basically at the end of the games, they will given task, answer to question to complete. And at the end of it, we're just gonna go and discuss the answer in the group. Other than that, I did a virtual lab. So because we're not allowed to go to the lab, so what we do is we go into the virtual lab where the student cannot actually physically hands-on, but they can actually see what's actual happen virtually. And then from there they can learn, and it's not like ideal for technical, physical competency, but at least it can help to enhance their fundamental knowledge about the certain topics. So that's what basically what I did. So next is problem-based learning case.
I think these have been presented by the group 2 just now, but to add on the problem-based learning, all right? When we discuss about problem-based learning, we also must take account into advantage and disadvantages of this method. And for advantage, whatever it is, we already know. But for the disadvantage of this technique is maybe we need to think of in terms of student performance. Whether when we do the problem-based learning, in terms of the extent of the knowledge in the topic itself, it's sort of constrained. You cannot go into the brief extent of only one problem and to relate to another problem to make it wider. So sometimes for poorer students, they might think it's difficult to relate. Then the preparedness of either students or teachers during the sessions. For students, for problem-based learning, normally they need to bring their materials to the class, whether they are well prepared to discuss further or to argue or to discuss with the instructor regarding the topics or the problems. But for teachers, because in a big group, normally you will divide the students into few groups, and the owner of the questions or the problem might not be the instructor itself, right? So in terms of the instructor, whether they are really prepared to explain, if let's say your student came with a contradict statements or they have this sort of I think different ideas when we discuss about the problems, Then we also need to take account about teachers' extra time to work the assessment. After PBL, normally I'm not sure for other faculty, for dentistry, normally we will ask students to produce a report where you actually can mark to know whether they really know about the topics and to assess their collaborative work based on the report. But you are not sure whether, because you will appoint one leader, and you are not sure even within the group, all are contributed to the report at the end of the day. Then lastly, I think it will be a time consuming too for teachers, because you will need to assess all this based on just one report. It may be unfair for certain students that really work hard for it. And lastly, maybe in terms of the degree of relevance for certain topics to be put into the problem-based learning. Some topics, maybe the degree, you can make it either higher, but if it's too high for undergraduate level, it may not be relevant, and it's too low, then you will need to question whether it can be mapped into the LO of your courses. So there are few things need to take into account before you choose which of the method to present or to use for certain topics. Not all topics will be suitable, I think, to discuss in terms of the brief extent of the one particular topic. If it's just a small one, then you can relate, then it will be good. But if not, it will be difficult, either for the students or for the teachers. Then we move on to theme-based learning.
Okay, for team-based learning, the first step is students will be given some tasks to complete. For instance, reading material, completing a summary table by going to a database website, and so on. And then they have to do a quick multiple choice quiz. So they have to submit individually. And then when they come to class, we will assign them into groups, and then they will review their answers with group until they reach a consensus, and then they submit one answer per group. And we see how they perform during the individual learning and during after they work in a team. So they can do it until they get full marks. So they can do it multiple attempts lah kan. Okay, and then so we record the both individual and the team score. And after that, we deliver the lecture or content for certain areas that are still not clear between the students to help them to improve their understanding. And then after that, we give a more challenging assignment for them to complete. Okay, such as, for instance, in pharmacology, maybe you give them like a scenario, and then they have about a patient, and then they have to discuss what type of drug they have to give to this patient. And then you can also, I mean, like, apart from just answering online or written report, so you can also ask them maybe to submit their answers in terms of like a video explaining all the mechanism of action, why they choose the drug, and so on. Okay.
Hello, so I've written the part for case-based learning. So the idea is, when I wrote this, I had it's been in the context of geology lah, okay? So you can imagine a class of 50 students, okay? For example, maybe one course is called development geology. So for example, how do we maximize the amount of oil and gas we can extract from underground. It's underground, a lot of uncertainty. So we probably the instructor will supply several research articles. There'll be a primary research article about probably extracting oil and gas from Sepat Basin in Malay, Sepat Field in Malay Basin. So that's why we produce most of our oil and gas. And supplementary articles about strategies, probably from other places from around the world, probably from Australia or US. And we'll have the students, so the instructor will have to lead the discussion. So the case studies are probably from a journal article I just mentioned. And firstly, the students need to identify the key elements of the problems. What are the problems of getting or maximizing the amount of oil and gas we get from underground? And they have to understand the problem. They have to discuss, they have to voice out what are the problems facing the geologists or the development team from extracting the largest amount of oil possible from underground. Is it the geology? Is it the geology is probably the geology, but there's a lot of geological factors, okay? And the possibilities are endless because it's underground. So they need to be creative based on their knowledge, okay? So the instructor should also be, they have to feedback if the students give something that may not be geologically sound, okay? And that's the problems. Next, they have to evaluate. So this is a case study, so it's been done. So they need to evaluate, was it the best decision or not? Why did they choose option A when option B and C is better? Maybe is it the cost or is it human safety? So we have cases where they know there's a lot of oil underground, but they stop because of the pressure. You watch that movie where the platform in the Gulf of Mexico exploded, that's because they're too greedy. They know the pressure is high. It's like if you're popping a balloon, then the pressure will go to the ground, to the platform, and the platform explode. And there are cases where companies, they abandon the reservoir because they know something similar will happen. So they have to discuss in terms of economic safety, or maybe in terms of availability of resources. Is it enough water? Is it too far from the shore? Okay, so they have to critically think why those decisions are made. Okay, and then they have to critically evaluate if there are the recommended alternatives to the options that were implemented in the case studies. Okay, so that's the idea how we implement a case-based learning in the large group. So the instructor plays a big role, okay, to guide the students, okay, or maybe to validate their ideas, because in geology, the possibility is endless, because we deal with a lot of uncertainty. In a sense, case-based learning is also suitable maybe in medicine. So you study case studies about surgery, how to, I don't know, I like to watch. I watch some. Netflix, there's a lot of the medical dramas. So they were discussing stuff, right? What's the best way to remove a cancer cells or infected organs or something. In a way, that's how case-based learning can really benefit a large group. Okay, so that so students can observe how other students give ideas, and also to give them a sense that it's not wrong to give wrong ideas. Okay, so a lecturer the instructor really must tell the students don't be shy about giving wrong answer. There's no wrong answer, okay? But of course we need to validate. Okay, that's it for me. Who's the last one?
All right, so I guess mine is the last one. Debate is another strategy. I think one of you from your group, you have mentioned discuss about fishbowl debate just now. Yeah, so it's similar. Yeah, I deleted the word fishbowl. First of all, students are assigned to some reading tasks or research tasks prior to face-to-face class. For example, is English a form of linguistic imperialism? Yeah, so that would be quite a debatable topic. And then in class, ask students to sit in smaller groups. So perhaps 6 students in a group. After that, we assign roles to students. For example, 2 students take one position on the topic. The other 2 students take the opposite position. Yeah, and the other 2 students perhaps decide which side is the most convincing. And before the class ends, we can have a debriefing session where we call several groups to present or summarize their discussions. Yeah, so I think that's all from us. Thank you.
Yang bawah tak jadi. Okay. Alright. Okay. So thank you for sharing just now. Of course, these are different strategies and activities that you can use, both in large classes and small classes. Small groups and large groups. So going back to the question just now, it seems that there is sort of a replication or overlap between the strategies that you can use for large groups with small group, isn't it? So before I sort of give my idea, so any of you want to share your thoughts about the similarities and what could be different between engaging a small group and a large group? Anyone? Or let's have another thing pair share so that we can get some ideas.
Doctor was talking about meaning making.
Yes.
I think it's the meaning making in each class that even though the same teaching strategy or pedagogy is used is different because the dynamics is different and the way you help them to make meaning out of your session.
Okay, so meaning making. So I think meaning making, yes. To apply meaning making for smaller classes, I would say, is much easier because you can facilitate them more, isn't it? But then, in large classes, the challenge is to get to know whether everybody has made the same meaning as what you intended for them. Okay, so yeah, I think that's one sort of factor that we can look at. What about the rest? Any ideas?
Just want to share that something I did last semester. I'm teaching basic mechanics. 80 plus students in Dewan Kuliah that is, you know, that
Tier sitting.
Tier
sitting.
sitting, that kind. I had to ensure that everyone was actively participating. So, and I realized if I do presentation, students will only focus on their topic, and when the other groups present, they will sit back and okay, aku dah habis, okay, you know, and they will do their own thing. They will do their other assignments or whatever not. So what I did twice in another class is biomechanics. So I use music. I put on music during the active learning session so that they are not shy. They don't, you know, when it's so silent, you don't feel like you want to say anything much. But when there's music, you feel that you are the students, especially the students, because they study with their headphones on, so they feel immersed in the and then they can become themselves, and then they can open up, and then everything just changed. So one is to have music. I've done some little bit of research on what kind of music is work best. Which the answer is the non-lyrical music. Don't put lyrical music unless you really want them to bangun, and then you put the top 50 lah, top 50 hits ke kan. Then the other thing is I bring props. For a lecturer to bring props that are non-expected. For example, bringing mahjong paper and markers are like, okay lah, props, but still. what I brought, I went to my girls' toy room and I bring whatever I can from there. So when I teach basic mechanics, the idea is for them to learn about 3D balance. So I brought a whole box of blocks. You know the blocks yang panjang, ada yang cube, ada yang arch, ada yang macam-macam. So I brought them to the front of the class. Split into small groups. Let them know that they have to do some reading before that, and pick some groups. The act of us lecturers bringing something that is non-conventional already wakes them up, and the mind starts thinking already. So I think that really worked for me, and there has to be something that is common objective among all, and then they have to share that common objective, the outcome of that common objective. For example, demonstrate using 5 blocks combination, how you can balance and what did you find from it. So dia orang letak lah, ada gambar, ada jadi bentuk kuda, ada jadi bentuk, different things, and they can come up with an idea that okay, it has to be a line in X, Y, and Z, because they can. That's where the experiential learning comes in, and it's a very compact time. You only have 2 hours to do it. Half an hour is already lecture. Another half an hour at the end is already. So you're left with 1 hour. 1 hour, the messiness. So I think it can be done in a setting that is not like this, with large group especially. Yes, during that duration, maybe 20 minutes, half an hour, it depends on your task. Just let them loose. Let them loose. Don't make them feel, because they feel distant to you. So we try to get young as their age, and that's where the music comes in. That's where all the props. Sometimes I bring candies and. Yeah. Okay, that's online. Shall I talk about that?
Sure.
Okay. I had a scare one day. My ex-student for many years, WhatsApp me, Doctor, you're famous on Twitter. What? I never had any Twitter account. So apparently, the class that I had during the day, pukul 2, class was at 2 o'clock. It went viral over the afternoon. And at night, I got that message from my ex-student, lama dah, that I went viral because the screen capture. So what I did was, it was a class about human and biomechanics, where I had to teach about muscle strands. I couldn't find any cadaver or any thing to show because it was completely online. So the class was at 2. I went back home, went to Jaya Grocer, 1 o'clock during lunchtime. I brought a whole chicken. It has to be a whole chicken, otherwise it won't show the joints and the muscles moving around. So I made the chicken dance in front of my my laptop. So I took this tiny laptop, I put it on my kitchen tabletop, internet, everything done. Buka lampu, lampu cantik tu buka supaya cerah. And then I had my lecture then. The chicken was only about 2 minutes pun tak sampai kot I rasa. But that was like the highlight of, you see, unconventional props. I think that's a key message I have learned. I've practiced. Yang the one that I realized it works is when the teacher, they see the teacher puts in, or the facilitator or the trainer, puts in the effort of bringing something else, something new, and then they see that and then it will open up their mind. They want to engage. What we want is for them to be wanting to engage. If they're like, awal-awal datang, professor ni macam ni, just wait for the end of the class and get some notes, and then they will be able to answer the midterm or whatever. But that class session, just surprise them a bit. Don't have to do every time, but yeah, I think that's my experience.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
I buka YouTube. Buka YouTube kan tab tu. They just hide the tab. And students will love to volunteer selecting the songs. They will, Doctor, boleh tak play lagu ni? Pergi. So I pass it to them and they handle the music selection themselves. Because it's a large classroom, 100 plus, 80, 90. It doesn't hurt to have someone take control of your PC in front for
Okay.
a few minutes.
Well, I think that brings up an interesting point, isn't it? Us sort of lecturers don't like to lose control. You want to be in control all the time, isn't it? And that is I would say, the beauty of collaborative learning, is that there is a point in the session that we have, or we let the students take control of their learning, isn't it? So I enjoy teaching or having a session where the class is noisy, because to me, that is when they are learning, isn't it? When we do the collaborative activity and the students are actually talking among themselves, that is when they are actually learning, because they are collaborating with their peers, asking questions, answering questions, debating, discussing, isn't it? So in a way, it sort of answer that question just now. Why does it overlap? Because in both settings, what we do is we are always breaking things up into smaller portions, isn't it? So although you have 300 people or 200 students in a class, but there will be times where you then actually, okay, do think pair share. It's just two person, isn't it? Or you do some other collaborative activity where you only have like 4 people in the group. The only difference is that in a small group, maybe you can, just now when we do think pair share, everybody gets a turn to so share their ideas. But in the larger group, you will maybe get 30% of people who do that. But that 30% should be enough for you to gauge whether everybody gets it, and for the students to know what are the right answer, isn't it? Because when everybody is debating the same answer, then so that should be the right answer. And then in a larger group, of course, then you can help that or facilitate that by, okay, now you do another sort of activity or think pair share activity to then summarize that 30% of the answers where you know that is already the right answer. Okay. Of course, it's going to be the same. And one thing that I would like to point out, I know it's like 12 minutes to 1. So we need to break for lunch. Apa, lupa pula dah. Oh yes, okay. Not all activity will be suitable for different disciplines. Okay, so but all activities might be suitable for different disciplines. Do you get what I mean? So okay. Let me repeat. Not all activity might be suitable for all different disciplines. But different disciplines can actually use all these different activities. Because so for example, let's say debate. You know that it will be really, really useful for people like in the languages. But it does not mean that people in engineering or built environment cannot use it, isn't it? It might be a little bit harder to find the right topic, but you can still use it. So this is where you or your role as the educator to then strategize when to use it, how to use it, isn't it? So that is where we can actually find the approach. And I see that from the discussions or presentations just now, I think you guys sort of mix up tools and approaches. Okay, so there are tools and there are approaches. So when you do the research, because so the one thing that I can say about UM, we are research universities, and we are not supposed to be, or to me at least, we are not supposed to be just focusing on concrete durability or geology only. We should be researching our teaching as well. Okay, and it's not for producing papers, but if you can do that, then that's better. So it's part of the KPI, isn't it, producing papers? But that's why I don't want to say that. But actually, researching our teaching is also important, because then our main client, the university's biggest client, is actually students, isn't it? And we need to actually put in efforts and resources to sort of serve the client properly. Okay, so of course we are the subject matter expert, but the subject matter expert is at the research point, isn't it? And when we are dealing with students, then those are the clients that we need to also do research on. Okay, so that's why in ADeC we have lighter grant, so that then we can help our colleagues to research their teaching and to help them to improve teaching. Okay, so that's the wrap up. So we have 10 minutes for before one. So before we end, each group ask me one question. Okay, I'll give you 2 minutes to think. So each group ask me one question. You can discuss, so that then you can come up with one question. Takut nanti karang orang lain nak tanya benda lain.
So should it also be flip type of assessment, or should it be just traditional assessment? The final comprehension. Formally. Okay, yeah. So we'll leave it to you. I think you'll be the best person to ask. Yes, to find out from you for sure.
Okay, 15 seconds to agree on one question. Kejap. Okay. Sabar.
Sorry, I think we just had a short discussion. We agree that one of the biggest issue I think we've all practiced flipped learning at some point, because we use YouTube or online materials, and then we ask students to consume them at home, and then during the class we will maybe ask them questions again. But the problem is that most students, they don't read or watch the stuff we ask them to consume. So what's the best way to make sure, or make sure that they do that at home, otherwise the flipped teaching, it will not work. Right? They still have to do the reading and watching during class.
Okay.
I still find that even 2 hours class not enough. They need to study at home. Okay.
Okay. All right. So my answer to that is that it's going to be challenging to start at first. Okay, and with students, what we should actually be doing, especially when we are going to sort of embark on doing things differently than our colleagues, is for us to then introduce that to the students. Tell them, okay, because remember, we are not going to do flipped classroom all every session for 14 weeks, isn't it? So we need to tell them that, okay, so we are going to do flipped classroom, flipped learning, for example, next week, or probably on Thursday, okay? And I'm going to give things to you for you to do first. And we need to actually tell them, I find this sort of the hard way, why is it important for them to, or what's in it for them, okay? So, and why do we do it? Why are we doing it? So that is actually very important to communicate that to the students. Because if we say, okay, next week we are going to do flipped classroom, you need to do this. Of course, sometimes I would not say everybody would not do it. There will be some students who will be doing it. But unless you communicate to the students that, okay, so this is actually research-based, and this is what the literature says, and how it actually helps the student. And I would suggest that you do that with things that are important for them for the exam first, okay? Although we don't teach for exam like schools does, but you introduce that to them that way, so that then they know, so this is actually evidence-based, and it is proven to work, and you can even share, because these are the literatures, if you wanted to know more about the approach. Because we are doing something that's different than our colleagues. And of course, the students will have their reservation towards that, and sometimes even resistance to that. And I find that if I introduce that to them early on, the resistance will be less. So from I would say a majority of like 80% or 70% resisting to it, then you can get the number down to about 20 to 10, which is good enough. You're not going to capture everybody all the time. Even with lecture, you're not going to capture everybody all the time, isn't it? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the question. Yes?
So, we are wondering about the role of assessment in collaborative learning. How do we implement that?
Okay, roles of assessment in collaborative learning. When you give them activities to do in collaborative learning, so that is actually part of the assessment. Because remember, assessment is not just summative at the end, isn't it? We have 3 types of assessment. Assessment of learning, assessment as learning, and assessment for learning. Okay? So what are the differences between those 3? Okay. Okay. So let's go into the assessment of learning, for learning, as learning. Okay. So assessment assessment of learning is the summative assessment, because you assess the learning that the students have done, isn't it? So 1 plus 1 is 2. Nanti you tanya 1 plus 1 apa? So that is assessment of learning, kan? And then you have an assessment for learning. So collaborative activities is actually part of assessment for learning, because you give them things to do, and then from their answers, you know whether they get the point or they get the idea or not. Not point kan ada orang markah kan. So whether they get the idea or not. And you don't necessarily have to give marks, isn't it? So that is assessment for learning. You can even give a quiz on spectrum, and you allow the students to answer many times, isn't it? So there is a function in the quiz. They don't bila dia jawab, kalau salah dia boleh try again. Betul tak? This is actually assessment for learning. Maknanya you use the assessment, you use the activity, so that then they do the learning from that. Okay, so that's number 2, assessment for learning. And then you also have assessment as learning. And that's actually on the educator side. Because you do the assessment so that then you can learn how to teach better, isn't it? But when you do the activities with the students, another thing that is important is actually the formative assessment or the assessment for learning tadi is actually a scaffold for the students to learn sort of more complex concepts. So you introduce small things, kan macam apa Azhar tadi kan, cerita ayam dengan apa masa kan, so that then they can move on to bigger things. So you scaffold the bigger activity with the one small activity or several small activities, so that then they know or it's easier for them to understand the sort of higher level that things that you wanted to teach or you want them to learn. So we're not teaching because we do things so that then we want them to learn, isn't it? Okay, does that answer the question? All right, thank you very much. Can you pass on the mic?
I think you already answered the questions.
Okay.
I was asking a question about hardcore those who lurk in the class, hardcore, whatever you do, they just don't participate.
Okay.
But as you answered just now, you can't capture everybody's attention all the time. So whatever it is, when you are faced with this, well, thank God they are minority. There's only so much you can do, isn't it?
Yeah, there's so much that you can do, and at the end of the day, they are the ones who get the marks, isn't it? So they will normally, this student will actually do well or give their best when marks are at stakes.
I mean, I used to tell these white lies, but it's white lies. Never mind. It doesn't. I will just tell them that, from my own years of experience and teaching and so on, I say, if those who are active in class, I tend to remember their name. And then I say, you know what the thing is? When you just need 0.01 mark to get your A, right? I look at your name, right? I remember your face. I will do it. But if I look at your name and I can't think of a face, I'm sorry, it remains there. But of course, I don't do that. I mean, even if I don't remember them, I tend to, if it's just 0.01 to get that next A, I would still push it. But of course, I will tell white lies in class that, if I don't remember you, that's it. It stays there. But I don't know whether it works or not, to be frank.
All right. Okay. So one last question.
So basically, we were discussing about whether we want to consider what we have given throughout the classroom, for example, the activities, quiz and stuff like that, whether those marks or point will be counted as your formative assessment, which towards the final grades. No?
Mm-hmm.
So from what you have said, I think in terms of AFL and also AOL, I think, so if, for example, you have a quiz, 5 mark or something like that, average them up or something like that, again, you can use that marks and then put some, contribute towards your final marks, right?
Yeah.
So this is also to motivate them. It's not just for the sake to supporting or scaffolding them, but also you need to watch out that those marks will be counted, right? So push some sort of eagerness to. For example, let's say you mentioned last night, so you have to do the quiz in order to get certificate or something like that. So that might push, something like that.
Yeah.
So in that context of student, their final marks, so that's all.
All right, thank you very much. So you can use the marks as transactions, isn't it? So currency, your currency with the students. But once they get the idea or once they get the benefit of doing flip, then they would hopefully volunteer to do that, because then they know what are the benefit of that. And there is also another sort of argument on doing the activities beforehand, because once you get that, okay, everybody else is doing the collaborative work, but this 1 or 2 students have to actually read up, then they would be left out, isn't it? They would think that they are being left out because they have not done the reading. Everybody else is already moving on with doing the more advanced stuff. So I think that is also motivation. Okay, so it becomes motivation and it becomes also currency as well. Okay, so before I leave you, do you did you notice that everybody asks questions? Okay, because sometimes at the end of the class, do you have any question? And then click. So that's one strategy to get students to actually ask a question. Okay, so we end at that, and we will start at 2:06 because the clock says 1:06. All right. Oh, macam-macam. Kita boleh buat Lego. Okay, so welcome back to the session. Hopefully everybody is well rested, dah makan, dah kenyang. Okay, so after lunch, probably people are feeling a little bit lethargic. So we are going to be doing hands-on approach. Okay, so before lunch, we did a lot of discussion on the pedagogy and also on the philosophy of flipped classroom. And I can see that you all have get the idea of what doing flip is about, and also how you can actually then design flip into your sessions, learning with your students. So now, the afternoon session, I'm going to give you the tools for you to create or curate content for your flipped classroom. And you would find that a lot of the flipped classroom approaches involve quite a heavy use of videos, I would say. Okay, I would not say videos is compulsory, but it is something that's quite important for the students, especially to introduce concepts to them. Okay, so people have already recorded videos, lecture videos, probably 1 hour or 2 hours. Some even I've seen videos of lecturers from UM who recorded 15 minutes, because I would imagine that they have known that the research about the attention span of students. So they have the idea of recording 15 minutes chunks. Okay, but for those who have recorded more than 15 minutes, then there is work to do afterwards to sort of chunk it down to 15-minute snippets. Okay, and I would say that the reason of using videos and actually having a script for the videos is very, I would say, interesting, because when we are recording lectures or videos, you will find that we are actually quite a number of times repeating things. Okay, maybe going on too long on a certain topic, and if you look at documentaries, especially, I'm a big fan of documentaries. For some reason, I fly a lot, and I really enjoy air crash investigation. And my kids are the ones who's first to say, "Why are you watching this when you are flying 2-3 times a year?" But I like documentary style of presentation because they show information the way that it's supposed to be shown. They convey information, they communicate information the way it's supposed to be communicated, and you can actually splice in quite a number of things in a single minute or in a single 5-minute clip. Okay, and that's why it is advisable for you if you want to record information or knowledge that you want to give to your students. You should have some sort of a script. If you have a full script, then it's better. If you want to do professional videos, normally script is compulsory. If you want to do MOOCs and micro-credential courses, script is compulsory because you want to give the maximum impact with the video that you have. And you need to keep that in a very short time. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, there are people, so hopefully not in this room, who doesn't want their face or their voice to show up in any of the recordings. I don't know why. Probably stage fright, I don't know. But they just don't like having their face on video or having their voice on video. So there is a way for us to also sort of go around that as well. Okay, and that I'm going to show. Okay, so we will do things hands-on. So first I'm going to show you how to curate video contents. Okay, and then I will go on to do a number of other tools that you can use for creating or curating content for the flipped classroom, the student interaction part. Okay. Okay. So let's look at video first. So for video, I'm going to introduce you to first, I would say, screen capturing or screen recording. Okay. I'm going to be using an application called Loom. Okay. And then we are going to look at other tools like Lumen 5, which it's the opposite. You don't have to show even your face. You don't even have to use your voice. Okay, so we are going to do those two things first. And I would like you to sort of do this hands-on. That means you replicate what I do, so that then then it's easier for you to remember how to do it later when you are yourself. Okay, so let's look at Loom first. Okay, Loom is a free screen recorder, so it's up there with things like Screencastify, and also what else? So there's quite a number of screen recording function that you can use. But I'm going to show you Loom. Okay, so if you go to loom.com, then you will see, you should see this screen, and that is a Loom application. So Loom application, you can actually download this on your laptop or your computer, or if you don't want to download an application, you can use it as a Chrome extension. Okay, I normally use it as a Chrome extension, but with the desktop version, you can actually do a little bit more. Okay, so for me, I'm going to sign in. If for you, you need to sign up. So you click on sign in or sign up. And then normally I use it with my UMail Google account. And I don't know whether you know this trick or not. If you open your UMail in the same computer with the same browser, whenever you wanted to sign up to applications or to sign in with any of the sign in with any application that uses Google for signing in, you can just click on sign in with Google, and it will ask you to do that. This will pop up. Sign in with Google. I'll just use my UMail account. Okay, So what Loom does is it allows you to record a video of your screen real estate. So that means whatever that appears on your screen, you can actually record using Loom. So to give you an example, so this is a web version. So I just click on record a video. Okay, and then where is the okay. So this overlay will pop up, and then I would be able to control this screen and camera, screen only or camera only. Okay, so I'm going to go with screen and camera. So it will start my webcam here. So it's taking a little bit of time. So if you are on your own computer or your own laptop, you can actually use Chrome and then install the Chrome extension. So it makes it look much faster. Not yet. Oh, okay. So if to get to this, so let me go back from it. Okay. So again from Loom here. So let me sign out first. Okay. So from Loom, you click on sign in. Okay. Even though you have not had account yet, just click on sign in. Okay. Or you can go to get Loom for free. So this will take you to so it also get you to the sign up page. Okay, and then it will bring you to this page. So you can actually record a video by clicking on new video, like here. So if you are new to Loom, I would imagine that it will ask you to install either a web browser, a web Chrome extension or a desktop application. Okay. So, but try to get into. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, it is taking its time. Okay, let's go with screen and camera again. Okay, let me just click on start recording. Okay, so that's the problem. Camera and microphone to be used. How do I enable? Allow. Okay. All right. So hopefully this now works. Thank you very much. Okay. Record a video. Now, okay. So now the microphone is working, but no camera available, so that it's okay. So maybe it's just this computer. Okay, so I can click on start recording. Okay, and it will ask you to choose between these three things. Entire screen, that means the whole screen that you have. A window, it's just the window that you're opening. Chrome tab is the list of tabs that you have on your Chrome browser. So this is a Chrome browser, isn't it? So let's say, for example, I want to show or record a video or screen capture on flip learning here. Okay, not this one. Probably this one. Okay, so how to use Mentimeter, for example. Okay, so, okay. Muzari is giving me access to a camera. So later we'll do it later. Okay, so let's record a video on how to use a Mentimeter. So I'm going to share this Chrome tab. So it will only limit my recording to just the Chrome tab that I have here. Yeah, this one. Okay, so when I click on share, it will start with giving me a countdown. So that's the countdown started. You see, you hear the ping just now. Okay, so now it's actually recording. Okay, so what I can do now is I'm going to go over the slide here. So this is my presentation. So you can actually click on upgrade to purchase the Mentimeter account. The one that I'm using is actually the free one, but you can actually go for basic or pro or enterprise. But normally free is good enough. Okay, so Mentimeter is audience response system that you can use to make sure that you are engaged with your learners or with your presenters. And it can be used for classes, and it can also be used for presentations or conferences. Okay, so now when I'm finished with the recording, I will just click on stop sharing. So when I go back to Loom, it will say it's preparing, so it's processing the Loom video. Okay, and hopefully shortly I will be able to play the Loom to you. Okay, so while okay, so let's refresh. Okay, so now here you can see that this is the video that I've just created just now. So since the webcam is not working, was not working, so you can't really see my face. Normally you will see my face at the lower bottom here, bottom left hand corner. So you click on play. So that's the countdown started. You hear the ping just now. Okay, so now it's actually recording. Okay, so what I can do now is I'm going to go over the slide here. So this is my presentation. So you can actually click on upgrade to purchase the Mentimeter account. So it goes. The one that I'm using is actually the free one, but you can actually go for basic. It records everything that you have on your normally screen, isn't it? So Mentimeter is. Okay. So now I want you to try and record your own just short video. So does not have to be 2 minutes. Just 30 seconds is enough, just to get the Loom account going and to make sure that everything works. Okay. So remember to enable the webcam and the microphone. So to do that, you go into the top right left hand corner of your browser if you're using browser. But if you are using a Chrome extension, then it's much easier. So just click on that one and then allow camera and microphone, so that then you'll be able to use that. Okay, so I'll give you time. I'm going to set on the timer. Okay, 5 minutes. for you to get things going and record your videos so you can play around with it. Okay, so if you have any question, just ask. So just record your videos first. I will show you what you can do with the videos later. Saya selalu guna I punya UM account je senang. Kalau free 2 minit je kan? Ha? 2 minit je kan? Unlimited. Dia limit number of video. Dia akan limit pada number video je. Kan? Oh, dia number of video dia limit 25. Betul? Click on record video. This is surface.
Oh yes, surface movie.
All right. Okay, so everybody was successful creating your first video. Okay, so now there are a few things that you can do with the video. Okay, so if you go to your Loom video that you first created, you can actually do a number of things. Okay, so in the library, let's say for example, I took that Loom video that I created just now. So on the right hand side here, there are a few things that you can do. Okay, so number one, review the transcript. That means, of course, if it is in English, the Loom software will actually capture your closed caption. Everything that you say in English will be recorded and then will be transcribed. So you can actually go and see the transcript. I did not type anything, but so this is the thing that I spoke just now, and it will record everything, even your and the okay. So that's the transcript. You can actually edit the transcript. So for example, if I want to change this to Mentimeter, for example, okay, you can do that. Okay, and then after you're done, you click on done. Okay, you can even copy the transcript. So that means if you want to subtitle, if you want to download a subtitle of whatever that you do, then you can just copy this. Okay, so that's the transcript. And then you also have the video preference. You can actually allow things like comments, email notification, and so it's quite self-explanatory, but you can actually do quite a number of things here, isn't it? So you just choose what you want and what you don't want. Okay, but what I want to show you is actually this one, trim and add clip. Okay, so for example, when you record your video with your students, you can actually then start to trim the video. So trimming means it's still processing actually. Let me choose a different video that's been recorded before. Okay, so you can actually trim the video so that you will be able to shorten, for example, or throw out things that you don't want from the beginning. Oops. Oh, okay. So 100%. So maybe it's because I'm using the cloud version, so it's not that responsive or that fast. Okay, so now I can actually so here I can actually then trim the first part of the video. Okay, and trim the end part. So that means you throw away the first part, throw away the end part. So probably that one is the not really good. You can also do split. So here it said split to trim in the middle of a clip. So that means you put in a marker that you split the video. So that means, so this is one video and this is another video that you have. So from the same video, you can actually have it in two sections. And then once you finish, it will actually join those two sections together. So for example, you made a mistake at 20 seconds, isn't it? To, for example, 20 seconds to 33 seconds. So you want to remove the part of the mistake that you did. You can actually remove that. Okay, so that means once it's saved the video will actually run and jump from here to there right away. So it allows you to then play around with the recording that you have, isn't it? So that's Loom. Okay, so once you're done, click on Save Changes. Then now the video is actually a little bit shorter. So if I click here, so now it's already 48 seconds only. But before that, it's actually 1 minute, over 1 minute, isn't it? So that's how you do the trim and add clips. Okay, and the original file is actually still recorded in Loom. So what you do is you just click on Revert to Original. Okay, and then you will find you still have the total 1 minute and 7 seconds recording in here. So that's Loom. Okay, so hopefully that will help you a little bit on creating videos. So that's number one, Loom. Okay, so number two is Lumen 5. Okay, so what's Lumen 5? So Lumen 5 is actually a video maker which is powered by AI. Okay, so you click on Lumen 5, and I would suspect that you have seen this kind of videos in YouTube or Facebook or even Instagram before. Okay, so it's a video where,
welcome to Lumen 5.
Of course not this one,
Lumen 5 makes it easy to create videos for social
but
media
video with
platforms
text like this.
Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, and Twitter. We take your written content like a blog post or a script and help you transform it into a video. Lumen 5 is quick, intuitive, and easy to use. We'll automatically generate a storyboard for you, and you can add additional scenes with our easy drag and drop interface. Choose the perfect media for your scene from our collection of millions of images and videos from Shutterstock. You can also upload your own images and videos to use in your project. Apply a layout to any scene to showcase your media and add a little extra visual flair. You can easily transform your video to other social formats with just a click. When you're happy with your video, click Publish to create a file you can share with the world. We make it easy to customize the look of your video with your logo, unique themes, fonts, and colors to match your brand. Lumen 5 makes telling your story with video easy, quick, and professional. Sign up today.
Okay, so with Lumen 5, you don't have to use your face. You don't have to use your voice. Everything will be curated for you using the AI engine. And what you will see is actually the pictures or the video and also the text and the background music. Okay, so let me show you how you can easily create Lumen 5 video. So let me use my password if I still remember it. Okay, wait. Okay. Okay, so these are a few videos that I have created before. Okay, but to create a new video is quite easy. So let's say, for example, I want to create a new video. I just click on the Add tab. Okay, and then I choose the template that I want to use. So let's say I'm going to use this template. Okay, just click on, and then you can choose the format. So for like social media, maybe you want to use the 9 to 16. Okay. And then click on use this template. So, and so I'm going to sort of cheat a little bit here because this application allows you to paste a URL or block of article. Okay, so I'm going to use the blog post that we created in ADeC here. So I'm going to just copy this and post the URL here. Okay, so when I click on import, it will actually copy the text from my blog, our blog post. Okay, but if you don't have that, what you can do is actually you can sort of write the script here, or you get the script or get the content from your PowerPoint file. Maybe you have a PowerPoint file where you already have created all the text, so you just get the text from that PowerPoint file, and then you just paste in here. Okay, so once you're done, at the bottom here it says there are a few options. Use AI to generate a summary or use every sentence in the story. So I'm going to make it short. So I'm just going to use the AI to generate a summary. So click on convert to video. So now it will start to create the video using the text that I've created or pasted from our blog just now. Okay, so it will take a little while to do that. Okay, so this is the video being created. So I can go to preview. Okay, so just with a few steps, I don't have to do anything. The video is there. Macam tak ci kan? What's that? This is basic. Okay. The drawback of the basic account is you will see the Lumen 5 logo at the end. Okay, itu je. Itu je. So created with Lumen 5. The video and the text, sorry, the video and the image that you use there is actually a copyright-free image and video. Okay, I understand your question now. So you can actually so let me Google how to copy text from PowerPoint. Copy. Okay, so actually, so this is so this is actually a workaround. So what the answer is actually, you copy you save the PowerPoint as PDF, and then you copy the text from the PDF. So this is PowerPoint. So you can try it. You can try it now. Again, I'm going to give you 5 minutes. Make sure everybody try it. Okay. Okay. So 5 minutes for you to copy your PowerPoint into PDF, and then read the PDF. It's a bit long, isn't it? And then read the PDF, copy the whole text from the PDF, convert it to text, and then paste the text into Lumen 5. So, but first you need to register for Lumen 5. The text. Paste the text in the box here. Yeah. Nah, there you go. Huh? I have not seen the maximum. Let me check the. Loom is actually the maximum is 35 videos. Loom. No, 25 videos that you can produce on Loom. Free account. For Lumen 5, I'm not sure. I think. Oh, the length of the video. I don't see the limit. No, there's no restriction. There is if other than screencast automatic, try Screencastify. Also, there's also so every video will have its own sort of limitation how to do what you can do with it, isn't it? If you don't want to sort of, record or copy from your PowerPoint, then you can copy from anything, just to try out the features in Lumen 5. Mula-mula sekali choose dia punya template or theme. Mana-mana lah ambil lah. Kan UMC set, patut UMC set ada benda ni. Macam-macam dia boleh buat kan. Yes. Oh, tak boleh. Dia kena ni. Itulah you nak ambil dia punya text saja kan. So you just copy the text lah. So tak payah. Dia akan pilihkan. Semua AI. Dia akan pilihkan. So you click. Copy the whole text. Control A. Oh, ni you tak buka dalam web.
Oh, okay. So
you select. You tak? You select lah. Kan? Just for the sake of trying. Copy the text je. Tak, kita paste text. Okay, we paste the text in the text box. So if you go to your Lumen 5 just now, so the text box is this one, kat bawah ni, kan? So it's actually this one. So if I restart the process, so go back to dashboard. Lama pula. Okay, so just click on the new video, choose the template. use the template. If you have text, just copy and paste into this part. Just copy paste into this part, and then when you click on convert, so let's extend this a little bit more. So 5 minutes. Let's go for 3 minutes. Okay, once you click on convert to video, it will process that. Okay, you can actually change the pictures. You can actually change the pictures. You can upload pictures to replace whatever default image that they provide to you. Okay, okay. So how to do that is, okay, let's say use this one. Okay, so for example, I want to change this picture to something else. So I go to the media library. Okay, so I would say flip classroom. So let's see what do I get. Okay, so anything that's free you can use. So for example, let's use this one. I can change this to the picture by just drag and drop into that. So it's either video or image, so you can actually see what are the options that you have. You can also change the text from the sort of story by just clicking and dragging. So for example, I want to add this text here. What I do is just click on the text and put it in here. Oh, sorry. Okay. And put it in here. So then it will create that. Pick a media. Okay. You can also add text by just typing. Okay, and once you're done, you either click preview to preview the video or to click publish. So publish, it will actually render the video. You can even change the music. For example, you don't like the music that was given by default. You can actually just use choose this music. Then it will replace that. Okay, so there are a number of, or there are a lot of music that you can choose, which to test the music by just clicking on the play button. Okay, so maybe that one, just click on. So once it's the tick, so that means this will be the music that we will use for your video. So you go to preview. Okay. So as simple as that. you can use. Okay, so those are the two. I'm showing just two. Of course, there are a lot other sort of replacement or similar products or similar application that use the same thing. Like Loom just now, you can use Screencastify, doing the same thing. Like Lumen 5, there is one more application called Bytable. Also does the same thing like Lumen 5. Okay, so just to show the sort of alternatives. So for Loom, you can also use Screencastify or Screencast-O-Matic. So these are the two. So similarly, so it's a video, screen recording application, or Bytable. Again, so Bytable is the same thing like Lumen 5. It makes a video. Okay, so you add pictures. So this one is not as AI as what you call that? Lumen 5 just now. So this is something that you have to do manually. Okay, so those are the two things. All right. So next, I wanted to show you. So this is just the video, isn't it? So from the video, remember what makes the video useful for the students and what allows us to sort of measure what students did with the video is by embedding the interactivity for the students. Question, yes. You can also add a few other things. Okay, apart from questions, you can put in points of information. You can also put in sort of a quiz for students to answer in the middle. Okay, quite a number of things that you can do, and I'm going to show you two things. Okay, one is Edpuzzle, the ones that you have tried interacting with, and I'm going to also show H5P. I know some of you people have already tried doing H5P, but I'm going to show it to the ones that have not used it before. Okay, so let's look at Edpuzzle first. So Edpuzzle is a little bit, I would say, temperamental, because when you try to log in or when you try to sign up, it either will allow you to sign up easily, or it will sort of be problematic a little bit. Okay, so with Edpuzzle, so let me log out first. Okay, so Edpuzzle is the engagement platform that you can put into the video, and it does this by putting up a layer of interactivity on top of an existing video. So that's why it's okay for you to use any YouTube video with the Edpuzzle, and you are not infringing any copyright. Okay, as long as the YouTube videos are public. Okay, so what you do is you again log in to Edpuzzle, and when you go into the login to Edpuzzle, it asks you two things. Okay, two questions. Either you are a teacher or you are a student. So go to I'm a teacher, so that then it will allow you to create the Edpuzzle activity for your students. And then again, if you don't have a sign up, if you don't have an account, click on sign up. If you do, you can actually sign in. I'm going to sign in with my Google. Okay, And this is where, if you are a first timer, it will either be okay or you will have a little bit of trouble. Okay, so first, please try and sign up for Puzzle. As a teacher, bukan as a student. Siapa yang okey, siapa yang perlukan bantuan? Okey, log out dulu. Okey, cuba sign up. Okey, cuba klik. Tak boleh. Kena sign up balik. Ni student ni. Sebab ada kelas code tu, you kena sign up as a teacher. Click on sign up lah. Sign up as a teacher. Cuba klik on terus agree je. Boleh tak? Okay, boleh. Then it's okay. So when it asks for password, you don't have to put in the password. Kalau you dah kalau you dah guna you punya Google account kan, UM Google account, tak payah klik password tu. Just tick dekat tick box tu, lepas tu ni. Boleh? Tu boleh?
I dah guna yang Google tu. Tapi dia tak.
Okay, ni tak keluar kan? Okay, so you are the unlucky ones. Okay, so what you do is, if you are unlucky with the Google, you log in or sign up with the Microsoft account. I don't know. What about you? Unlucky. Okay. Nah, mana tak boleh tu? Cuba pergi ke Microsoft. So just go back and sign up with Microsoft. You're not unlucky with Google. You're not. You're just unlucky with Google, tu je, kan? You should be lucky with Microsoft. I'm a teacher. Microsoft. Cuba Google dulu. Microsoft tak jadi Oh, Google tak jadi. Okay. Sepatutnya Microsoft jadilah. Remember your Microsoft ada 365, kan? Okay. Alright. So nampak semua dah dapat masuk. Okay. So there are quite a number of ways for you to find videos according to your subjects. Okay. So of course, first you click on discover to find the video. So there are you will find 3 tabs here: community, my school, and YouTube. Okay, so community means a video that has been curated by the community. So for example, like this one. Okay, yang ni tak ada soalan. Okay. So like this one. Okay, biomolecules at puzzle. You can see that the video is actually 7 minutes and 50 seconds. Okay, at the bottom here. And it already have 10 questions already created by other educators. Okay, so oops. Okay, so this is one of the way that you can use the resources in Edpuzzle. So that's the community. You can actually search by subjects or grade level or sources. So you just go in for example, let's go for computer science. Okay, and then grade level, higher education. Okay, so country, if you want to. Okay, so these are the things that was actually curated by different lecturers in UM. In the country, around the country. Okay, Muhammad Razwan is quite active here. Kan banyak ni. I don't know from where, but quite a lot. So Photoshop tutorial. Okay, so you can choose that, or you can discover things from your school. So these are contents that's created by lecturers from UM. Okay, tadi kan dia minta kita pilih kan. So Dr. Liana is one of the educators that created her resources to the students in Edpuzzle. Kalau kita ni dah ada apa soalan, ada 8 soalan kan, ada 5 soalan, ada 2 soalan. Okay. Or you can also find content from the YouTube. Okay, so from YouTube you can see that there are different categories from YouTube. So either all, so anything, and I will show you how to paste the YouTube URL later. Khan Academy, which is something that's very quite popular a few years back, but it's actually still around. Sometimes people forgot about it. Okay. Khan Academy have resources covering maths, covering science, covering literature, covering languages. Okay, and it's always been there. One thing that I like about Khan Academy, it teach the students step by step, especially calculations, and it's really useful for things like maths, physics. Okay, even chemistry, you can also use Khan Academy. Okay, other than Khan Academy, you have all these National Geographic TED Talks, Number File, Crash Course, and Veritasium. So, what to do? For example, if you can't find resources from the community or the school or YouTube here, okay, you can actually search the content in here. So for example here, I'm going to just put in this motivation in sport, click on search. So this is anything from the community, okay, that means from lecturers or educators that's already created the video with the question. Okay, for example here you can see Atira Aziz already have created questions from this video, 7 questions from this video. Or you can actually go to YouTube, okay, and find something that you wanted to use from scratch. For example, I wanted to look at this one, okay, motivation for sport. So this is actually a YouTube video that you use. So we have a lot of questions about copyright. And since, as I told you before, we are actually layering the questions on top of an existing YouTube video, so you don't have to worry about the copyright issues. It is clear on that part. Okay. So to create your questions, for example, let's imagine that we need to actually watch the whole video lah. Kan, sebab apa, kita nak tahu nak guna video, kita nak tahu sama ada kita boleh guna tempat, kita tengok lah dulu kan. So let's say for example I've already watched the whole 10 minutes video. Okay, so let me slow the sound a little bit. Okay. So let's say, for example, I've already watched the video and I know that I would like to put in, I would like to use this video for my at present activity with the students. So what I do is I click on edit and create your version. So this is the first time. So assign the video to class. So you're not doing that first. First you need to edit. Okay, so that then you can customize it to your use. You click on edit. Okay. So now you are given 3 different things here. Okay. First is cut. Second is voiceover, and 3 is question. So since this video is 10 minutes, and we know just now that from research, actually the most effective is less than 10 minutes. I'm going to keep it short to only 5 minutes. Okay, so I can actually click and cut the video to just at the back. Okay, so for example, this video actually talks about 3 different subtopics. So I'll just keep it to, for example, 2 subtopics. So this is how to do it. Okay, just cut the video. You can also add a cut in the middle. Let's say, for example, at minute, so let's see. So minute 2:45, there is a subtopic that you don't want to cover. Okay, so I just can click on here, add cut. Okay, and I will push this back, and this one I will just take, for example, from here. Okay, so it's the same thing as Loom just now. You create a gap between the cuts. So that means your video, instead of it is 10 minutes just now, the total new time is just 4 minutes and 59 seconds. Okay, so once you are done with the cut, you go into questions. You cannot use the voiceover right now because if you click on that, it says voiceover is now blocked to comply with YouTube's terms of service. Okay, so you go to questions, and then you can see there are a few things that you can do. First, you can put in a multiple choice question. Okay, and then you can also put in open-ended question. Open-ended question is a question that the learners type. Okay, and also you can also put in notes or audio notes or comment. Okay, so I would like you to then try these 3 things. Okay, how to create or put in the questions. Okay, let's say, for example, I want to put in a multiple choice question. So first I would need to bring my cursor to where I want the question to be embedded. So let's say, for example, I'm going to embed the question here. Okay, so after I brought the sort of cursor here, of course you can actually just play slowly. Okay, so just after the voice ends his sentence, okay, then I'm going to add my question. So I click on just multiple choice question, then I can type my question here. Okay, type my question here, and then give my choice. Okay, this is probably wrong one. Okay, right. Okay, I can add. Normally MCQ we have 4, isn't it? So wrong 2. Oops. Wrong pula. And wrong 3. Okay. So, and for the right answer, you click on the tick box, check box. So now, when I click on save, Okay, at minute at 1 minute, I have my question. Okay, and you can even add more than one question in a single sort of point of stoppage. Okay, so I can add another question. Okay, so let's make it true-false question. So how do we do that? Using the multiple choice template, we can create a true-false question. How do we do that? Isn't it? So this is a statement here. Type in statement and then true, false. So let's say it's true. So just click on that. Okay, save. So now at the first minute, exactly at the first minute, you have 2 questions embedded inside that. So let's say, for example, in the middle, okay, you want to put in a note. Okay, so you can actually then, there are 2 things you can do. You can actually record a note. Okay, so I'm recording a note here talking about intrinsic motivation in sports. First, you need to have knowledge, and then you need to have accomplishment, and of course, experience is needed. So once I'm done recording, I'll just click in the stop, and then you will see that is the recording of the note. So when I click on save, it takes a little bit of time because I'm recording audio. Okay, there's a tip here: combine notes, formulas, external links, photos, and audio, or just use one. You can actually make a mixture of things. You can actually upload image to put in, isn't it? Okay, and so let it finish. So it takes a little bit of time. Okay, so again, you can see that. And then probably here, you want to add an open-ended question. Okay, open-ended question is not auto-mark. So it's different than the question that you created here. Because it's multiple choice, it's actually auto-mark. Okay, so you then need to sort of mark each of the answers that the students give right away. Okay, so open-ended question for student to comment. Okay, and the nice new thing about this is actually you can add picture. Okay, you can put in equation. Okay, you can also and at the bottom here you can allow for audio response. So that means when the students respond to your open-ended question, they do it in audio form. Okay, and then you click on save. Okay, and there you have it. This is your first Edpuzzle video, and then you can actually share with your students. So let's try and do this first. I'm going to show you how to embed it in your Spectrum after you finish doing this. Okay, so let's go back to your timer. Let's time it again for 5 minutes. I'll make this longer because it involves you to watch the video, so I'll put it at 10 minutes. Okay, just work on trying to create the first Edpuzzle video, just to do that. It depends on whether you want to share or not. Just create it first. Just create the video first. Yes. Create the video and then you upload that file. But then that video must be Dah ada. Ni dah ada. Dah ada. Oh, tak ada. Ya. Okay. Kalau semua dah siap, masukkan soalan, kan? Jadi, okay, dah keluar lah. Okay. Actually, it's not the question of too lazy. If you see that there are videos by somebody else who is already very good quality, why do you want to create a similar one, isn't it? So that will be the question. Kalau benda tu memang betul-betul lain, and maksud yang you nak bagi tu tak sampai, then you create new one. But if you can use an existing one, you don't have to reinvent the wheel, isn't it? Okay, so once you're done creating the videos that you want, actually you can actually engage PTM, bahagian multimedia, to create a video that that will be specific to your needs. If you can, if you want to do that, you can actually go to them and get them to create a video. If you need to create video, so for example, kat dalam YouTube ni tak ada yang sesuai untuk you guna untuk mengajar. So you can actually engage them. But of course, I think akan bayar sikit. Okay. Okay, once you're done, you click on finish. Okay, so now, this is the video that you've created, and just now there is a question whether you want the public to be able to see. So that means it will be a catalog in the community. So you can change the setting by clicking here. So you want to make it private, you can click on private. So that means it will only be available just for you and your learners. If you think that it will be useful for others, you can just click on public. So that means it will be open to the public. And that's how you can actually sort of use that. Okay, so let's keep it private, for example, if you want it. Okay, and then you want to assign it to your students. So click on assign. Okay, and then if you are first time, you will not see all these numbers. This is mine. So what you need to do is it will ask you to create a class. Okay, so just click on create a class. So I've already created a class. So I will just put it here. Okay, you can choose either to assign it to all or assign manually. Okay, so I will just assign it to all. It's easier. And then click on, you can click on assign, but there is additional controls that you have here, the start and due date. Okay, for example, you want the work to be done by a certain date, just click on due date. Let's say, for example, it should be completed by September 30th, so click on 30th September. So it will give you the time and also the date. And you can even customize the hours. For example, 11:59 mungkin orang semua dah tidur kan. So let's put it at 8 o'clock. Okay. sorry, 8:30 for example. Okay, maknanya 8:30 PM, yang malam. So you can change this to AM if you want to. And then click on save. So that is the start date and the due date. This is to prevent skipping. That means unless the learner answer the question, they cannot move forward. Okay. If you uncheck this, what happens is the question will appear, and then the students will be able to easily just skip it. Okay. So in a flipped classroom session, or the pre-activity for flipped classroom, if you want to make sure that everybody answers, just click on prevent skipping. CC is closed caption. That means the subtitle that comes up. So you can either turn it on or off. Okay. So once you're done with the setting, click on assign. So now this is the work that I've created for the learners, and these are the names of actually past participants of the flipped classroom sessions. Okay, it will also have your name because you have already created or you have already engaged with the video just now. So Dr. Amir is here, isn't it? So what else? Mana ni? Dr. Fana ada, Dr. Nisha ada. Saya cari Azhar ni tapi tak ada. Mana? Oh, ni ada. ada. Okay, ada. Alright. So the ada. So the nice thing about Edpuzzle is that you have two modes. Okay, live mode where you can have a live session with the students. You can actually watch what the students are doing. Okay, with the live mode when they go in and then they watch the video. Okay, so and to do that you need to go into so you need to paste it somewhere so that then the learners will be able to see it, isn't it? So I'm going to share this assignment. Okay, I'm going to embed it in my spectrum just now. Okay, so I'm going to use the last size so it is bigger. Okay, so I will copy code. So click on the copy code. Okay, and then I go to this page, ADeC guide, and then I'm going to embed it. Alamak, dah lama tak buka. Dia dah sign out automatic. Okay. So I'm going to embed this in a page here. Okay, so I'll add an activity. So I'll go use page. Okay, so I'll name it as Edpuzzle test. Okay, so description is where you put in the instruction to students. Okay, and then to embed. Okay, so later we will try it. Click on the show more buttons in the page content, and then go to HTML, and then place the cursor at the end. Okay, and then just Control V, you paste. So once you turn the HTML button off again, it will appear as the activity for the learner. Okay, so once I've saved and return to course, so this is the thing that we did just now. Okay, so now what I want you to do is I want you to then move on from the video that you've created just now by assigning it to a class. Okay, so go to the go to the video just now. Okay. Go to the video, click on assign, and then pick a class or add a new class, and then assign the video to the class. Okay, remember that you paste the embed code in the page, kan, dekat bawah tu. So dia bukan kat atas ni, tapi dekat dalam yang ni, dekat sini. Yang tu. berjaya. Okay. Saya nampak semua dah berjaya untuk buat add puzzle. So macam tadi maknanya kita boleh gunakan video yang kita buat dekat Lumen tu kan, upload. Okay. So satu lagi yang saya nak tunjuk ialah menggunakan H5P. Okay. Jadi H5P ni dia sebenarnya dia ada banyak dia punya modul dalam H5P. Okay. Tapi saya nak tunjukkan yang sama macam add puzzle. Okay. Kalau kita tengok dekat H5P, so masing-masing masuk ke spektrum masing-masing. Mana-mana khusus kecuali khusus yang ni. Okay. Klik add activity. And then kita ada dua H5P kalau kita tengok sini. Ada yang warna biru dengan ada yang warna hitam. Kan? Ambil yang warna hitam ni. Okay. Jadi kita add a new interactive content. Kalau kat sini dia akan tulis add a new H5P. Okay. Tapi kita tak nak yang tu. Kita nak yang ni. Add new interactive content. Okay. So new interactive content. Okay, di sini macam saya ni sebab saya selalu guna interactive video, dia akan keluar yang ni lah. Yang lain mungkin keluar benda lain. Okay, orang lain mungkin keluar benda lain. Jadi apa benda yang saya suka dengan H5P ni ialah dia ada feature yang lebih banyak daripada add puzzle. Tapi dia ada kekurangan ni lah. Jadi biasalah kan, dia ada pro, dia ada con kan. Okay. Jadi kita pergi ke interactive video. Okay. Dan perkara dengan H5P ni ialah ia ni adalah plugin dalam kita punya spektrum. So kita ada kita ada banyak instead of interactive video ni. Okay. Cuma saya nak tunjukkan yang ni sebab dia sama macam puzzle tadi. Dan kemudian nanti kita punya aktiviti seterusnya ialah setiap grup ni saya nak suruh buat benda lain-lain dalam H5P. Okay. Bagusnya H5P ni dia akan ada dua ni, tutorial dengan example. Okay. So tutorial dia akan ajar macam mana kita nak guna. Okay. Dia akan ajar when to use, how to create kan. Dia ada dia punya video, dia punya example kan, dan dia tunjuk satu-satu lah video file macam mana semua kan. Okay. Kemudian dia ada example. Example ni adalah example interaktif video yang ada dalam H5P. Okay. So, jom kita tengok yang ni. Nak tunjukkan dia punya feature. Kan? Apa benda yang ada dalam H5P. Mula-mula saya nak kuatkan sound dulu. Okay. So, saya besarkan. Okay. Tengok betul-betul. Tengok. Dan pastikan kita boleh dapat jawab soalan nanti. Okay. Dia kalau kita tengok sini dia ada 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 soalan. Okay. Okay. Boleh ya? Saya start ya. Okay. Okay. Yang pertama dia ada ingredient list. Kan kat sini. Yang ni dia tak set stop. Dia jalan terus. Okay. So klik ingredient. Ini adalah ingredient dia. Okay. Untuk buat smoothie. Baca. Hafal ni satu-satu ni. Okay, dah. Coming up to the first question. Okay, multiple choice quiz. Okay. Jawapan? Okay. Siapa jawab blueberry tadi? Okay. Betul dia akan terus bagi star. Okay. Stop. Ini dia stop. Okay. Apa yang nak masuk? Blueberries. Dua tu Betul? Betul. Okay. Continue. Fill in the blank. Strawberry and Ya, betul. Okay. Drag and drop quiz. Yang mana? Yang lain bukan? Bukan. Okey. Okey, ini bukan soalan tau. Ini adalah nota. Kan? Macam dalam app puzzle tadi ada juga nota kan? Tapi app puzzle tu dia ada voice nota. Yang ni tak ada. Yang ni dia boleh text je. Itu summary lah. Ni kena pilih. Choose correct statement. Mana tu? Second. Okay. Lagi satu soalan. Dia ada 3 soalan. Tadi baru 1. Ni nombor 2. 3. First. Okay. Second. Ya, okay, bagus. Kan? Semua orang tengok, kan? Jadi semua orang tengok dan semua orang jawab, betul tak? Kan? So itu adalah apa? HYP. Dia berbeza sikit kan daripada puzzle. Dia adalah function yang dia boleh guna apa yang boleh. Satu benda yang dia tak boleh buat ialah macam tadi ada live mode untuk puzzle kan. Yang ni dia tak ada live mode. Jadi dia akan simpan sebagai assignment ataupun quiz yang student dah buat je lah. Okay. So jom kita tengok macam mana nak guna dan buat create HYP. Okay. Dalam kita punya spektrum. Okay. Ada soalan tak sebelum tu? Tak ada Okay. Mula-mula kita bagi nama dulu. Kan, nama untuk ni. Katalah ni testing FC H5P. Okay. Add video, kita guna add file. Jadi kita boleh pilih. Kan? Ni buat sama-sama tau. You don't do your own. I will do the demo here. Okay. So you can either upload a video file, okay, or you can actually paste a YouTube link. Jadi dia fungsi dia sama je macam add puzzle tadi. Dia akan layerkan atas add puzzle tu. Sorry, atas add puzzle, atas YouTube tu. Kan? Jadi katalah you cari video daripada let's say Khan Academy lah. Okay. Apa? Chemistry. Okay. Balancing chemical equation. Okay, saya nak guna yang ni. Dalam kita
Balancing
punya
chemical equations is one of those concepts.
Okay. Dalam Khan Academy. Okay, apa yang kita buat ialah okay, kita nak copy link ni ke dalam kita punya HYP tadi. Kita pergi ke share. Okay. Dia akan ada ni, copy. So, we click on copy. So, pergi ke kita punya spektrum tadi, kita paste je link tu. Okay, insert. Alright. Boleh tak? Kalau saya terlaju sangat, beritahu Laju Okay. Okay, balik semula. Dekat YouTube. Okay. Klik dekat share. Yang ni. Lepas tu, dia akan ada embed. Tu kan, copy je. Dia tak klik pun embed tu. Dia memang ada link tu, copy je. dia boleh guna macam-macam lah. Dia boleh apa, nak hantar ke WhatsApp boleh, Facebook boleh, kan, nak embed boleh. Dia macam-macam pergi, macam-macam tempat boleh pergi ni. Blogger lah, Tumblr lah. Jadi tapi yang kita interested ialah untuk copy saja. Kan, klik kat copy tu. Dan kita dapat dia punya URL tu, kita kan nak tunjuk balik semula, kita klik dekat tambah ni, add video tu. Lepas tu kita paste je link tu kat situ. Mungkin boleh drag kot. Saya pun tak pasti. Tak pernah cuba yang tu. Boleh juga, tapi dekat atas tu dia kadang-kadang dia ada macam-macam yang lain. Dia ada panjang kan. Macam ni yang ni okey. Kan, sebab kadang bila kita search, kadang dia ada yang apa, sama dengan benda-benda search lah, benda-benda tu kan. Jadi kita tak nak yang tu. Lepas tu kita pergi kita ambil yang share ni. So bila kita dah embed video daripada YouTube tu, kita nak letakkan dia punya interaksi. Kan tadi ada macam-macam kan, boleh isi note lah, boleh isi macam-macam tu. Kita klik ke next step, add interaction. Okay. So dia akan keluar lah ni. Jadi kita boleh delete je, kita boleh padam je. Dan kemudian kat sini lah kita buat macam puzzle tadi. Kita bawa kita punya cursor tu ke mana yang kita nak.
I have a chemical reaction. What do I have to balance?
Dia punya ni. Okay. Accent dia hebat sungguh. Okay. So kita bawa ke mana yang kita nak letak kita punya soalan tu tadi. Kan? Jadi kita boleh isilah sekarang ni. Okay, katalah kita nak letak multiple choice kat sini. So multiple choice. Jadi kita boleh set. Okay. Kalau kita nak pausekan video, kan, kita punya display time tu kita tak payah panjang-panjang. Kan? Jadi mungkin kita display time tu sekejap aja. Sebab benda tu nak keluar sekejap je kan. Kita copy yang mula-mula tu, kita tukar jadi kita tambah lagi 3 saat lah katakan. Jadi 3 saat je lah, 53 sampai 56. Jadi kita pausekan video. Jadi video tu akan berhenti. Kan? Jadi bila student run pun dia akan nampak benda tu selama 2 saat je, dia boleh jalan terus. Okay. Lepas tu kita punya title kita kena letak, kan. Ini katalah first multiple choice. Okay. Apa dia? Interaction. Jadi kita dah add Kita dah add yang tadi yang tu dia adalah statement tu. Ha? Oh, bateri habis. Okey. Itulah lama sangat bercakap kan. Habis bateri. Okey, kata kita dah siap dengan kita punya ni. Dia okey, so kita dah pergi ke step kedua. Dia ada satu lagi step. Summary task. Summary task ni adalah optional je. Kita tak perlu ada pun sebenarnya. Jadi yang ni end of review. So kalau kita nak kita letak, kalau tak nak tak perlu. Kan? Jadi kita save and boleh juga. Dia extra note kita boleh letak mana-mana pun, kan? Macam tadi, katalah kita nak letak extra note tu dekat mana kita nak letak extra note, kita letak teks. Ni, kan? Jadi kita boleh letak kat mula-mula, kita boleh letak kat tengah-tengah, katalah kita nak letak
Oxygen, each molecule has...
Okay, kita nak letak kat sini lah katakan. Jadi kita klik teks. Jadi kita ni lah. So, katalah teks ni, kita ambil ni lah konon-kononnya. Okay, ni adalah note untuk student. Okay, jadi kita paste lah. Itu kita boleh kita boleh ubah dia punya format tu. Kan kata jadi heading, jadi besar sikit. Kita boleh. Dan kemudian okey, kat sini katalah kita nak bagi dia panjang dan kita tak nak pause. Kan kita letaklah. Kita tak pause pun. Jadi kita buat ni label ni kita letakkan sebagai nota tambahan katakan. Dan done. Okey. Jadi dia akan keluar nota tambahan lah kat sini. Jadi student boleh klik. Ataupun kalau kita nak nota tambahan tu letak dekat atas kan. Kat situ nota tambahan. So bila kita dah siap, kita boleh klik save and display. Okay, ini adalah activity tu tadi yang kita baru create kan, pakai Khan Academy dan kemudian kita gunakan H5P untuk embed. Okay, so sama juga. Okay, kita play.
Balancing chemical equations is one of those concepts in chemistry that... And so you might say, okay, well, what's the balancing business all about? I have a chemical reaction. What do I have to balance? Well,
okay, sampai sini dia berhenti. Kan sebab tadi kita dah set dia berhenti kan. Jadi kita ni, okay, katalah soalan, kita jawab betul. Okay, baru
if you look carefully, you might notice that you don't have the same number of each atom.
Kemudian sama juga kat sini.
In algebra, an algebraic equation is we just can multiply both sides by the same number that gets rid of having...
Okay, berhenti. Ini kita ada label tadi. Kan? Jadi sama juga. Tapi ini true false. Salah eja, tak perasan. Kan? Okay, katalah kita jawab benda tu salah. Apa jadi? Macam tu kan? Lepas tu kita boleh cuba balik semula lah. Kan? Bila dah cuba balik semula,
this fraction or this decimal here. So if we multiplied both sides by 2
sampai ke tadi yang last tadi,
molecules of dioxygen, each molecule has 2 oxygen atoms, so I have 6 oxygens on the left, and I have 2 times 3 oxygens on the right, or I have 6 oxygens. So my chemical equation is now balanced.
Selepas 10 saat. Okay? So itulah. Jadi dia akan tunjuklah balik semula. Kan ini adalah soalan yang kita dah jawab. Okay. Kemudian kita dah happy dengan tu, kita submit answer. Okay. Jadi siaplah satu H5P. Okay. So kan, nampak kan dia punya. Jadi kita boleh embed macam kita buat puzzle tadi. Okay. Saya takkan bagi peluang korang guna try interaktif video sebab kerja kita bukan masa. Kerja kita adalah untuk explore benda lain dalam H5P hari ini. Okay. Sebab dalam H5P ada 47 different types of activity that you can create. Okay. So setiap meja, meja ni dah tinggal 2 orang. Dia pun ada nak lari jari ni kan. Okay. Kita tu nak lari dah. Okay, so mungkin boleh pinjam kot apa member daripada grup yang sebelah ni. Okay. So Dr. Ini apa join ni Dr. Eng. Okay. So setiap meja saya nak korang pilih satu aktiviti yang bukan interaktif video untuk buat dia punya H5P test. Okay. Dan tak boleh sama. Okay. Syarat dia tak boleh sama. Apa? Maknanya kita ada 4 yang berbeza. Okay. So I will give you, sekarang kita ada masa 4.25. Jadi dia punya example, dia punya tutorial ada. So I will give you 10 minutes to create one. Boleh? Macam mana? Tadi ada yang kita apa? Yang kita letak. Okay. Alright. Prevent skipping tu masa kita buat tadi. Yang tu, yang pause tu. Prevent skipping tu ialah yang pause video tu. Ni. Oh ya. Yeah. Oh ada grup foto Boleh juga. Okey, jom kita grup foto lah kejap. Apa Dr. Amir dah hari baru cakap grup foto. Okey, jom kita grup foto ya ataupun kita start. Alright. Okay. Okay. So ingat tugasan 10 minit. Pilih satu Pilih satu aktiviti untuk buat. Nah, interaktif video tak boleh. Yang tu dah tunjuk. Okay, yang lain. Janganlah esay. Apa bagi esay? Tak mau, esay tak mau, esay tak mau. Bagilah yang hebat sikit. So, meja ni ada dua Dua. Oh, kau ambil apa? Memory game? Kau ambil apa? Tak boleh. Sebab yang ni wakil meja tu. Okay. So, mula-mula boleh tengok dia punya example. Kan? Lepas tu, create lah. Doktor apa? Aufa. Apa you punya ni? Tak ada. Betul saja. You ambil apa? Aufa. Sekejap. Apa? Sekejap saya nak jadikan setiap seorang daripada member dekat sini sebagai co-instructor supaya you boleh buatkan aktiviti tu dalam ADeC One punya page. Kan? Jadi nanti orang lain pun boleh tengok lah macam mana. Okay? So group ni saya dah add. Group ni siapa yang nak jadi wakil yang boleh saya add? Boleh? Nama penuh? Sharifah ni kan? Okay. Grup yang sini? Dr. Ang eh? Okay. Okey, Dr. Zamia cuba cuba masuk dalam ADeC One. Dia kena buat dalam ni terus. Okay. Grup sana, Dr. siapa? Dr. Farhana? Ni kan? Okay, jadi sekarang ni dah di-add sebagai ni lah. Dr. Farhana, Dr. Azhar. Sekejap. Apa sahaja dia hilang jadi. Oh, patutlah. Sekejap. Okey, betul. Dr. Farhana tadi. Okey, dengan Dr. Eng. Okey, 4 orang saya dah add sebagai co-instructor dalam ADeC One. So you go to courses and then find ADeC ADeC 01. Now you should be able to see, and then you will see that your name is already as co-instructor. Okay, jadi masuk and then create H5P tu dekat sinilah, kat bawah ni. Create kat sini terus. Dah time dah. Semula. Okay, so 10 minit cukup Saya bagi 10 minit Okay. Buat apa sih? Aktiviti apa? Fill in the blanks, okay. Yang ni buat aktiviti apa? Flashcard, okay. Oh, dia lipat-lipat kan? Okay. Yang ni buat. Yang ni buat apa? Klik add activity lah. Klik add activity. Buat HYP. Buat yang baru kat situ terus. Jadi you guys nak buat apa? Oh, okay. Tapi dia kena gambar yang lain kan? Dia macam katak hijau satu, katak biru satu lah. Kan? Tapi katak. Lepas tu monyet apa? Monyet hitam dengan monyet coklat. Kan? Boleh juga. You punya ialah drag and drop. Okay. You guys apa? Drag apa? You buat apa tadi? Fill in the blanks. Okay. Okay. Oh, action. Betul sama je. Tapi saya perasan kalau kita pakai the lesson mode dekat memang ada dalam kita punya spectrum kan. Kalau lesson mode dia boleh campur. Kalau yang MCQ ke, yang essay ke, lalu dia punya markah sekali. And then yang saya suka lesson sebab dia give you a fixed flow. Betul. Tapi kalau kita nak random boleh juga. Tapi the display tu tak adalah seperti yang ni. Ada listen tau. Dia buat branching. Oh ya. Dia boleh bagi hint kan? Bagi hint? Tak ada lah. Ada hint ada hint lah. Boleh bagi hint.
That's just one example. How about all the others, for example? Let's say you contributed to organization things. So then you can basically all of those things which are not within the system doesn't get automated. You have to go and find for it yourself. I'm like, how do you make that? Because you already uploaded it. Let's say your cert doesn't work out. You shouldn't need to then go to and tell them to do that work because this is Singapore they're supposed to do it. They should treat them to it even if it doesn't go through. Which is I think fair enough, but now they're asking us to basically
Okay, cuba masukkan apa all the information, macam kalau dia ada feedback ke tips ke kan, letak sekali dalam tu. Okay, tengok yang ni. Cuba tengok dia punya setting. Okay. Feedback, sekejap atas. Oh ni, dia ada tip, kan dia ada tu. Textual tip. And then, buatkan yang tu. And then also buatkan dia punya apa? Droppable words. Textual tip. Feedback. Feedback dah ada? Feedback yang kat sini. Tu kan. Kalau salah, apa kalau betul salah, yang tu pun masukkan. Write dia punya feedback tu kat dalam teks tu. Dah boleh dah? Oh, ni sebab pakai Mac ni kot. Kena cari gambar yang JPEG. Dia ada gambar yang ada boleh, ada yang tak boleh. Kan. Tapi itulah, ni just for the sake of the exercise, tak apalah. Dah masuk dah? Apa? Tip tu. Dia kalau gitu kan. Alright. Okay, tinggal 1.5 minit. Okay, sebab benda ni dah ada dalam apa ADeC One tu, jadi siapa-siapa yang dah siap, dia boleh tengok yang kawan dia yang dah apa siap punya. Kan? Macam apa, grup Dr. Azhar dah tengok, dah siap. Yang ada gambar apa nama? Gambar telur tu kan? Oh, buah-buahan, buah-buah. nampak macam telur je. Oh, bawang. Okey, bawang. Boleh try nampak bawang tu. Nampak macam bawang tu, you boleh try. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Wah, terus gelap. Okay, so kalau kita boleh tengok apa semua-semua, jadi semua orang actually boleh tengok lah satu-satu kan. Dan itu adalah 4 lah tambahan HPIP activity yang sebenarnya kita boleh guna untuk sort of the enriching activity or part of the activity yang you boleh design untuk untuk flip classroom tu. Kan? So apa yang kita boleh simpulkan untuk kita punya session hari ni ialah sebenarnya flip classroom tu is actually sebenarnya agak straightforward kan. What you do is you switch the activity, the learning to be done correctly in the classroom because that is where you have the time to interact with your students. So you can actually facilitate their learning. And you allow the students to actually learn the content outside of the classroom before they come to class. Kan? Macam the normal lecture-based setting, you ajar dulu, kemudian student, you tak tahu sama ada student apa revise selepas tu. Kan? Ataupun you ajar masa tu, kemudian apa nanti minggu ke-15 masa study week tu barulah student buat semua sekali, betul tak? So yang tu yang kita tak tahu. Jadi in a way when you do flip classroom, you actually make sure that the students learn when you want them to learn. And then you can actually measure that using the different activities that you have in the classroom, and also with the activities that they have to do when you are measuring their learning when they are doing it before class, isn't it? And then you can actually tailor your approach and tailor your activities during the in-session classroom, so that then you are focusing on the activities that you think that they are struggling with. Kan macam kalau you baca apa dan you tengok video yang tu yang I letakkan dalam ADeC O1 tu. So the power of flip classroom is that means you focus on things that you know that the students will actually gain much better. The ones that they have already sort of got the idea, understood the concept, then you can move it out, and then you can focus on problem solving, applying the information that you have, that they have. So it becomes actual knowledge to them because you are applying it in the classroom to solve problems, for example, or to apply it to a real situation. Okay, so and that's the gist of what we are doing today. So to recap, in the morning we talk and discuss about the pedagogy, we talk about the philosophy and why is it important, why is it powerful, and why is it useful for the students. And in the afternoon session, we go a little bit faster, but we do it hands-on, so that then you can actually then learn how to use all of these different tools that you can put in as part of the strategy for Flip Classroom. Okay, so thank you very much for interacting with me. Thank you very much for collaborating with each other to create or to finish the work. I personally say that I enjoyed the session. Everybody has been really engaging. Okay, and I can see that you are working well with your group members to actually then create the flip activities, and also to create the sort of the bedrock or the basis for you to be able then to go into your classes in the semester, and then start to flip some of the classes. So remember, it should not be 14 weeks of flip classroom. Okay. Introduce the concept to your students. Make sure that you communicate why is it important, and then you do it sparingly. Okay. So that then it will then lower your workload, kan? And also it will introduce something new to the students. I would not be surprised if they ask you to add the sessions more the next semester, more flip the next semester, or probably this semester. Okay, so good luck in your flip classroom journey. We are also buying flip classroom books for the library. So hopefully when the library has already sort of bought the books, they will inform me, so that then you can actually go to the library and borrow those books. Yang tu dia hands on lah, sebab dia ada flip classroom untuk different disciplines. Okay, so hopefully that will sort of give you more ideas for to do flip classroom. And of course, if you can go online to the Flip Global punya website. They also have actually online course. Tapi yang tu kena bayar sendiri lah kan. Okay, so thank you very much. So hopefully you can continue on with your Flip Classroom, and please do report to us if you have any like good stories to share about Flip Classroom. Okay, so thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.